Good morning. Thank you very much for your time. We'll be starting in earnest. We're going to call on Shinas for our time to be part of this conference, part of this gathering of stakeholders in the agricultural transformation change. We know all the efforts that we're going to put in this conference. We create the blueprints for the change we need in agriculture. Thank you very much. Shinas Oyenekwe, can you lead us in opening prayer?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Please let's go in the mood of prayer as we pray. In Jesus' name we pray. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this day. We want to appreciate you for your grace that has kept us till this day. We thank you for your mercies that you've continued to show unto us. Thank you for everything you're going to do for us today. We want to present our meeting this morning into your able hand. We ask Almighty God that you come and take absolute control of all we are going to do today. That at the end of the day, we will appreciate you for the great things you have done. Almighty Father, we also ask that everyone that is supposed to be here, that you grant them, oh God, my Father, the enablement to be here in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are going to have a section, breaking of kola nut, for those that are not Nigerians and are not of the Igbo origin. We are trying to spearhead this by breaking kola nut, praying. We're going to call on Professor Anselm Enete. He's an indigene of the town where the University of Nigeria is domiciled, for him to lead us in the breaking of kola nut culturally. Thank you.
Is it okay? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Okay. Good morning, everybody. As I was trying to introduce the subject, I was trying to say that the tradition of Igbo land is that once you have a visitor and the visitor is welcome, the traditional thing to show that you have welcomed the visitor is to offer the visitor a kola nut. And this breaking of kola nut is to show that everybody that is participating in this conference is welcome to agri-economics and to this conference and to University of Nigeria, Nsukka. The tradition also, as we learned from our forefathers, that kola nut does not understand English. And that means that this speech is just to introduce it. Once I'm breaking the kola nut, I will no longer speak English. I will speak not only Igbo language, but my own dialect. So I am going to start, and then pray that those who are not of Igbo extraction should try to understand our culture and our custom, and maybe get somebody to tell you what I'm doing. Okay. Biko ndị be anyị ekene m unu. Na Nsụka, before agọmọjị na-abịa ọjị, and incidentally Dr. Emmanuel Omeje is a son to me, so I will give him this kola nut to break and then give me a load for me to yeah. Ngwa ọjị. Okay. Biko ndị bịara be anyị alụọnụ eze itoke abịa m ụra. Anyị na-ayọ gị ka ị bịa bụrụ onye isi oche nwa be enume. Ihe nma niile anyị ji eme nta dị echi. Anyị na-ayọ gị ka ọ gaa ka ọchịchọ nke gị bụ eze itoke sheta. Anyị na-ayọ na anyị bịara nwa be bụ agamniru. Agamniru onye ke, agamniru onye enyi. Agamniru University of Nigeria, agamniru Agric Economics. Anyị na-asị ka ihe ma anyị na-eme ka o weta na anyị mbugo n'ọkwa, ka o weta na Agric Economics mbugo n'ọkwa, ka o weta na University of Nigeria mbugo n'ọkwa. Ka ihe anyị ji eme nwabe ka ọ gazie, ka eze Chitoke bụrụ ya abụọ eji ahazi ihe a ji eme nwabe, ka Nsụka bụrụ ya abụọ eji ahazi ihe a ji eme nwabe. Papa, onye na-arịbu na nwanne bụ onye ukwu, onye na-asị na nwanne bụ onye agakọghị n'ihu. Ihe anyị na-asị bụ na emechere onume ka ọzọ ji eme karịma onume, ka anyị niile soro nwabe karịmụa ka anyị gharịda. Ihe anyị na-eme bụ ka ọ gara. Eze Chitoke abịa ma anyị na-ayọ gị ka ọ daba, ka emume ma anyị ji eme ka echi ka ọ dị na-echetegide na nke Agric Economics n'ọdụwaganye iche. Anyị ka ọ gaa ka ọchịchọ ka gị bịa bụrụ onye oche direct everything. Anyị na-ekpe, anyị ekpe n'aha Jizọs. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. MC, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Enata, for that good one. Some of these prayers are highly spiritual, and we recognize that in all cultures throughout Africa and beyond. I know people always have their own cultural prayers. And we are going to be going to the next, to call on the head of the department, who is the brainchild of this conference. This conference came timely because a time like this in Nigeria, there's a wide protest ongoing. It's all about the economy. It's all about the livelihood of the masses. And we know that when we transform agriculture, a lot of lives will be improved. So we are going to lay down the blueprints in the course of this conference. We want to call on the brainchild of this conference, the head of the department, Professor Chukwuemeka Uzoma Okoye, for his welcome address to welcome all the participants and make his speech. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I want to acknowledge the presence of a number of people this morning in our opening ceremony for this conference. The Vice Chancellor, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Professor Charles Arinze Chukwu Igwe, Principal Officers of the University of Nigeria, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Nigeria, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Enugu State of Nigeria, Mr. Martin Idu, our keynote speaker, Dr. Stephanie Domtail, our guest speaker, Dr. Jonas Chianu, our guest speaker, Professor Sarah Anyanwu, and our guest speaker again, Professor Adebayo Aromolaron. Distinguished participants who have joined us from across the globe, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, lions and lionesses. I am exceedingly joyful today as we host the world on our maiden AEC Conference 2020. Let me extend a special and warm welcome to our speakers and participants who are here today from all over Nigeria and parts of the world to share their knowledge and enlarge our mental horizon. We are indeed honored to have you on this conference with us today. But we are not too happy to have lost the opportunity of receiving you physically at Nsukka, southeast of Nigeria, where gentle rolling hills hug the structures of the University of Nigeria, which houses the lions and lionesses in its Spartan den. In particular, let me receive our keynote and guest speakers. Dr. Stephanie Domtail, Professor of Agricultural, Food and Environmental Policy, Justus Liebig Universität, Gaiben, joins us from Germany. Dr. Nwankwo Chianu, the Chief Economist of the African Development Bank, joins us from Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. We have Professor Sarah Anyanwu of University of Abuja and President, Nigerian Economic Society, who joins us from Abuja as well. And we have, last but not the least, Professor Adebayo Aromolaron, our amiable alumnus, who is the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Ladoke Akintola, University of Agriculture, Ondo State, and is a senior researcher for agricultural policy for Africa Consortium, based in the UK. These gentlemen and ladies have stood solidly behind us and with us through the confusion that engulfed the planning of this conference due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing lockdown and shifts in the date of the conference. We are also gladdened this morning by the presence in our midst of the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture of Enugu State, Nigeria, Matthew Idu, an academic as well, who brings the experience of the dynamics and challenges of policy and institutional change aimed at addressing natural resource conflicts between opportunistic herdsmen and settled farmers. We are touched and humbled that despite the tight schedule of these erudite personages, they are still able to be with us in this conference, even as we could be said to be an uncharted territory in terms of global presence as a department in academic conferences, this being the very first conference we are holding since the founding of the department 6 decades ago. Therefore, whoever contributes to the success of this conference is a co-jinx breaker. We hold on to our keynote and guest speakers' promise of provocative delivery in this conference, and assure them our rapt attention as they speak and perhaps joyful discipleship after the conference. At this point, I want to answer a cogent question. Why this conference? Why are we holding this conference? First of all, let me say that our department as an academic institution would like to achieve deserved visibility using the endowment of academic excellence and talents that we have in abundance, but which have not been particularly mobilized by way of self-organized conferences for engagement with the global academic and policy community. Secondly, this conference is a response to a yearning need for continuous interrogation of fundamental issues associated with transformative actions for agricultural change. In addition to the hackneyed problems of agriculture in ECOWAS, labor, capital, environment, markets, natural resource conflicts, and so on and so forth, we are witnessing a rapid movement towards greater monetary, population, and policy convergence within ECOWAS, with all its positives and negatives. Increasing tensions are associated with nomadism and opportunistic access to resources, forage, and water in particular. In the coming years, ECOWAS agri-food systems will have to contend with hugely increasing demand as a result of an upsurge in population growth, slowing natural resource productivity, and rising contentions over pasture and water. It is not too surprising that over the last decade, poverty has increased more in West Africa than elsewhere in the world. Considering these issues, this conference aims primarily to deepen ongoing discourse and debates on improvement of ECOWAS agriculture. We intend to explore lessons to be learned through a research focus on the drivers of agricultural change, smallholder farmers' access to resources, information, training and services, etc., etc. We must focus on land resources policies, institutions, among others, and the role of enabling in-country and between-country infrastructure, the role of technology stroke innovation, entrepreneurship and education, incentives and support structures, climate mitigation and adaptation. We want to use the instrumentality of this conference to identify what and where are the contemporary homegrown opportunities to which ECOWAS nations should turn in order to transform and revitalize their agriculture and food systems. It is hoped that this conference will generate analytical insights and discourse that will lead to innovative ideas for transformation of agricultural sector and economies at large. This conference, we hope, will not just be another talk shop. By the end of the event, we hope to formulate a set of recommendations to be known as the Nsukka Statement on Agricultural Transformation in ECOWAS, or something like that. The Nsukka Statement will be a benchmark for our future engagements around the theme of agricultural transformation in the ECOWAS sub-region. Conference participants and others shall be encouraged to get involved in its development through an online discussion forum. Later today, our department shall briefly take advantage of this August meeting of a captive audience here present to present to the world our new departmental journal. At this juncture, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Conferences and Workshops Committee of our department and the Local Organizing Committee of AEC 2020 for their hard work and effort in planning and coordinating this event. I would also like to thank all donors who made tiny donations in support of this conference. It is strange but true that in these parts, our efforts in research and management of higher education have to be shared disproportionately between these noble functions and scouting for funds, with a huge percentage tilted towards the latter, which is also important. To be able to put together this conference, we made recourse to an eclectic portfolio of approaches to raise necessary funds, such that everybody, staff, students, postgraduates, undergraduates, made small contributions that helped. This underscores the passion members of the department have to succeed. Indeed, we treasure the strategies we have deployed in this regard. As we think or thank all of you that donated tiny amounts, we want to say that we are proud of you all, and that what matters is not the spirit, is the spirit of giving displayed, and the belief that you can make a difference with your little contribution. We have promised to have names of all our donors etched in our departmental roll of donors in due time. May the donors be rewarded abundantly, and may others still toe this noble path as we count on our friends to assist us to implement our teaching and research, workshops and trainings, our new journal and other programs. Going forward, we shall be calling on these fundraising strategies to provide resources in support of a number of training workshops and other new programs we have in the pipeline that can make a difference. More relatedly to the objectives of this gathering here today, we plan to hold several national level conferences and seminars on the subsidiary themes of today's conference in preparation for another regional or global conference still on the broad theme of agricultural transformation within 2 years. We will not be shy to request collaborations, partnerships, and donations from participants in this conference, which can help our department prop our many sound and competitive academics to shine brighter and engage in research that will benefit their immediate environment and humanity at large. We thank the Vice Chancellor and the Dean for their encouragements and for giving us the ambience to prepare for this conference. Finally, I enjoin all participants to take part in all the conference activities and discussions to interact and socialize optimally. We look forward to meeting with each other physically in the future. I wish everyone a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Head of the Department, for that high-spirited motivation that I know, of course, will fuel our contributions because of this conference. Next, we are going to call on the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Augustine Ani, for his address. Professor Ani, thank you.
The Vice Chancellor, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Professor Charles Arize Chukwu Igwe, and other principal officers, the keynote speaker, Professor Stephen Domtel, our distinguished guest speakers, Dr. Jonas Chianu, Professor Sarah Anyanwu, and Professor Adebayo Aromoleran, distinguished conference participants. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to this maiden virtual international conference organized by the Department of Agricultural Economics of this noble university. The last few months have been very challenging for all of us. We have seen how the global COVID-19 pandemic has redefined almost all aspects of our social and the professional life, starting from affecting religious gatherings to entering our learning environment and driving away students and teachers. On the streets and offices, friends and colleagues can no longer shake hands or hug each other. As researchers, we can no longer gather physically to share our research outcomes and network with each other. Indeed, a lot has changed within the last few months, and the best we can do for ourselves is to adjust to the present reality. Going forward, virtual interactions such as this conference may become the new normal. This is why I want to especially thank the head, Department of Agricultural Economics, Professor Chukwuemeka Okoye, the organizing committee, and all the staff members of the Department of Agricultural Economics for taking this initiative and setting the pace for the new virtual world in our faculty. This conference is not only timely, but also very crucial to the need of many national governments in West African region, sub-region. As you all are aware of the current situation of agricultural development in Nigeria and West Africa at large, we all have gathered to discuss the theme of agricultural transformation in the ECOWAS sub-region. The speakers in this conference are uniquely placed to discuss and highlight the key points, trends, and reforms needed to drive agricultural development in West Africa. It is my hope that the deliberations and research presentations in this conference will be solution-oriented and targeted towards addressing the profuse challenges which have constituted a clog in the wheel of agricultural transformation in West Africa. Once more, I wholeheartedly welcome everyone, both within and outside Nigeria, to this conference. We're happy to have you, and we're even happier to know that you braved the odds to participate in this conference, despite the ongoing global and local challenges. I enjoy us to feel free to exercise our mental muscle and come up with ideas and policy recommendations that will promote agricultural development in West Africa. I wish you all a wonderful deliberation. Thank you, Professor Augustine Amidin, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Nigeria, Nsukka.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, for that wonderful insight. And next, we are going to be calling on the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Professor Arinze Igwe, to take us on his address.
Good morning, everybody. Here is Professor Pat Uche-Okpoko, Deputy Vice. Hello, are you hearing me now?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes. My name is Professor Pat Uche-Okpoko, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Charles Arinze Igwe, on this auspicious occasion. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I want to welcome you warmly to this very event. This is an event that is thoughtful and timely, because the team can only bring the West Africa sub-region together to tackle the food security challenge facing us as at the moment. The University of Nigeria has a very big vision, and that is to promote integrated agricultural development and ensure that our food processing procedures are in tandem with global practices, and therefore can only make our products export ready to enable us compete globally. I want to thank the Department of Agriculture Economics for putting together this conference. I also want to thank the keynote speakers, along with participants, other participants, because I believe that at the end of today, we shall come up with ideas and ideals that will promote the sub-region, ensure that we have food security, and encourage development in all spheres. Today, a country, Nigeria, depends majorly on oil production, but that is not the way to go. The new way to go is agricultural production. But there's need for transformation, as indicated by the team, because the way we have been going in traditional agricultural production can only satisfy local needs. But if we want to make impact across the globe, we need to do what? Engage in serious transformation, mechanize agricultural production, and ensure that our food chain processes are done in tandem with global realities. I want to encourage you to do the needful to ensure that we transform this economy from a mono oil-based economy to one that is dependent majorly on agriculture, because that will promote not only the economic base, but also opportunities for employment and create jobs, and remove our streets, our younger ones from the streets, particularly those that are protesting because of lack of opportunities to meet their various needs. The University of Nigeria welcomes every effort geared towards ensuring that to promote development in all its ramifications, but specifically agricultural development as is being done today. I want to thank you and to thank the Almighty God for giving you the wisdom and the grace to do this needful exercise. The Vice Chancellor will normally support your efforts. May God bless you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. We appreciate your time and the knowledge you've shared with us and the motivation you also have given to the participants of this conference. This conference has pulled all agents of transformation with respect to agriculture together to deliberate and map out the road map to ensure and enshrine a developed agriculture, not just in Nigeria, but beyond Africa. And herein we have the keynote speaker by Dr. Stephanie Domtel. Dr. Stephanie Domtel earned a double master's degree from the Institut Supérieur d'Agriculture in Lille, France, as an engineer in agriculture, environment, and food sciences, and from the Wageningen University and Research in the Netherlands in ecological agriculture. She then completed her PhD in agricultural economics at the University of Gießen in Germany, leading the Biota African Interdisciplinary Project for the Conservation of Biodiversity in Southern Africa. As a postdoc, she coordinated a sub-project on ecological and economic valuation within the Future Okavango research project in the same region. Today, she works as a senior researcher, a lecturer at the Institute for Agricultural Policy and Market Research of the University of Gießen. She investigates how humans interact with nature and natural resources in agricultural socio-ecological systems in the world. In her work, she strives to introduce concepts developed in the heterodox economics and political ecology to the analysis of agricultural food systems. She developed interest in multiplicity of research methods, both positive and interdisciplinary, and is also interested in decolonization in higher education. Welcome, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to make sure that everybody can actually hear me. Is that the case?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Thank you.
I will probably need your help to see how I can share my screen because I'm new at Zoom. So, okay, I can choose. And can you see my screen right now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you so much also for answering. Yeah, I want to thank you very much. First, it's an honor for me to be able to participate to this conference on agricultural transformation. I want to thank the Vice Chancellor of the University, Charles Ingve, his opening and also for having me here. Of course, Professor Okoye, who has supported my participation and the organization of the conference along the way. I want to thank Dr. Benjamin, the chairman of the local organizing committee, and to thank Chukuma Ume, with whom I'm working here at Gießen University and who has, of course, ties with the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. And of course, I want to pay my respects to all professors and co-speakers who are from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka and who will be speaking today. Yeah, my name is Stefanie Domtay. I'm working at the University of Gießen in Germany, and I'm a researcher and working under the professorship of Martin Pittrick for agricultural, food and environmental policy. So today I have the honor and opportunity to give a talk on a topic that is of great importance to me about agroecology, and I would like to investigate this concept of agroecology as an ontology to guide agricultural and food systems. My talk will be divided more or less in 5 sections: an introductory statement on current agricultural systems. Then I would like to try and define agroecology as many have tried before me. And then I would like to explore the link between agroecology and egalitarianism. And at last, I would like to see what kind of contributions feminist economics can give us in order to understand agroecology. And before concluding, our inner mental models mirror the outer reality. By changing our metaphors and values, we change our actions. So this is the point we depart from and the reason of doing this research and of trying to conceive actually this talk. In the talk, we are exploring the agroecology approach to reveal underlying beliefs and aims of agroecological farming and food systems. And I'm doing that from 2 perspectives. The first perspective or scientific approach, if you want, is positive. We would like to know which values and beliefs, so in terms of worldviews or even ontology, can be revealed and articulated through a reading of agroecology inspired by political ecology and feminist economics. And on the other side, from a more normative perspective, and let me try to move this box else I cannot see my screen. Oops, and then go back. From a more normative perspective, I'm curious at trying to understand how agricultural economics and the approaches that we use in agricultural economics to study, to investigate systems, how can we learn from this ontology to renew the study of agricultural systems, some sort of going back and forth between positive statements and normative ones, and you will be feeling it through the talk. Yeah, our current agricultural systems are standing at the crossroad. This is the result of the report of the IAASTD in 2009, and the former director of the FAO, José Graciano da Silva, puts it or formulates it to the point that we have to get out of the trap of conventional high resource input systems with increasing productivity at any social and ecological cost, still not leading out of hunger over 800 million people. Yeah. I forgot to put my watch, so I'm doing it now so that I won't talk too long. The two major systems, or two of the dominant systems of production today, I would argue, are on the one side industrial farming systems, and on the other one maybe low input, low output farming systems. So industrial farming systems are characterized by high-tech intensive use of fossil fuels, often larger scales, but not systematically. And in case of larger scales, then often also concentrating land. They have a high throughput of energy, of material, and often high yields, although they come with additional problems on the environment, which are known to, I think, everybody here. On the other side, low input, low output farming systems, I would put it, are usually settled systems, often emerging from previously migrant or itinerant agricultural systems. They are characterized by now a low availability of organic matter, which limits sustainable intensification potentials, and often are also limited to draft power. In both systems, we observe a loss of soil fertility, in cases decreasing yields. In both systems, the are marginalized farmers, usually, though not the ones who do concentrate land. And this combination at the global level, does not seem to address nutrition goals that we have either. And agroecology has been proposed as a solution. Agroecology, I'm reading now with you this quote, both as a social and cultural concept and as a set of agricultural and food system practices, is certainly one of the most holistic and convincing approaches to the challenges of the new paradigm. This is a member of the new EAA STD group, because there has been an update of this report, which was released just now, this year. So the idea here is that both low input and industrial agriculture need to change towards something different, towards something more sustainable from a socio-ecological and economic perspective. Let's see what is behind this word of agroecology. Many large agencies such as the FAO or the panel of experts or other representatives of the UN, such as the Shuttle, and a growing group of researchers, exponentially growing group of researchers and NGOs around the world consider agroecology as a very promising alternative. Wesel made a seminal contribution in the definition of agroecology by identifying three pillars of agroecology: agroecology as a science, as a movement, as a practice. Yet many papers are also about markets of agroecology, or agroecological markets, agroecological food systems, and agroecological, here also a representation of food systems, and also of agroecological paradigms. One of the difficulties in defining agroecology certainly lies in the fact that agroecology is not just a set of tangible criteria as organic agriculture has become today, which can easily be certified. At the level of agricultural practices, oh, sorry, I forgot that I want to show you this. So in case some people don't want to have less ambiguity about how agroecological systems may look like, these are examples all around the world, and indeed at the level of agricultural systems. So of course you have famous intercropping practices that you see on the bottom left of the slide. On the top right, you have agroforest systems, but even in large-scale cereal cropping, flower strips can be implemented and are also in agroecology practice. So all these practices at the agricultural level rely on a logic of system thinking and of managing the farming system in an as closed way as possible, closing ecological cycles. And at the level of food systems, the system thinking is also to be found in the 10 elements that the FAO proposed for agroecological food systems. And so they make agroecology rather an approach to the design of agricultural and food systems rather than a type of agricultural food system. And these elements, especially the ones of the FAO, describe food systems as complex socio-ecological systems, including ecological and sociocultural principles, as you can see on the bottom of this slide. Yeah, that's one difficulty, the system aspect and the borders of the system. So considering systems as socio-ecological systems. And the second is certainly the extension of that thinking. Yeah, the extension of the system thinking from the ecological to the socio-ecological system, both at the farm and at the system level. Yeah. The idea for some researchers or proponents of agroecology is that the original agroecology has social and political roots. So Cerdan and colleagues apply the concept of weak and strong sustainability, which was developed in ecological economics, and that probably most of you will know, to the concept of agroecology. And they develop these two terms, strong agroecology and weak agroecology. Let me start with weak agroecology. This is their terminology. So they propose that weak agroecology focuses on ecological processes and practices at the farm level, that it seeks to improve the environmental outcome of the current system, so current agricultural systems and food systems. And the weak agroecology does not seek to achieve fundamental change in the agricultural systems. Opposed to this, strong agroecology encompasses both the ecological and the socio-economic dynamic, as well as political processes. And strong agroecology aims to go beyond environmental friendliness and seeks to break from the current dominant model of agricultural and food production and organization, and to question the current global corporate food regime described by McMichael. Okay, so if it questions this regime and if it attempts to go beyond environmental friendliness and break through the current regime, so can we actually identify some basic values underlying all the design principles that we've seen just now? So some basic values, representations, and aims which would characterize or which would orient or define what strong agroecology really is. And this is what we're trying to investigate now, using both, and now I'm going to use both inputs from theory and inputs from data, empirical results. I would like to propose a reading or an understanding of strong agroecology from two complementary perspectives, political ecology and feminist economics. And of course, both readings are deeply entrenched in system thinking. So at first, I would start with the links with seeing agroecology from political ecology lens. So that means from political perspectives. And I would like to propose to view the farmer at the center of the system she manages, deploying relations to other elements of the farm in the embedding food system. So of course, in any system, the farmer entertains relationships to the natural resources, to the ecosystem. It entertains relationships to peers, and the farmer entertains relationship to the market, put simply the inputs and output markets right now. And these practices, I see them as enacting the relationships. So the practices that are adopted, what the farmer really actually does, enacts these relationships, or is the result actually of these relationships, as there is of course a feedback going on. For instance, if we take the purchase of seed, so the purchase of seeds from a seed company establishes a relationship between the farmer and the company, yeah, where the company has some power over the farmer for being able to produce the desired seed for the farmer, and of course distributing it. The choice and type of seed also has consequences on cultivation choices. So it has consequences on how the farmer will manage the land and on the relationship of the farmer with the land. And it will also have, so the choice of this seed also has consequences on the peer group the farmer will choose and on the dependency of the farmer to the peer group. For instance, the farmer will rely far less on neighboring farmers to exchange seeds if he uses seeds which are purchased every year. So you can see that the practices shape the relationships that the farmer entertains to the ecological, social, and economic environment, and vice versa. These relationships also constrain practices. And the power relations that are involved in these practices, they characterize these relationships. So in the context of the current global corporate food regime, if we use this terminology coined by McMichael in 2009, then you can see that power relations are considered to be, in this concept, power relations are considered to be in favor of corporations, while farmers have little space to decide. And so my proposition is that in strong agroecology approach, farmers seek to redefine these relationships, the relationships with nature, with peer, and with markets to their benefit and for the enactment of their values. That's my claim. And the first aspect that I want to talk about is the relationship with markets, especially. And here I will use the concept of agroecology and food sovereignty. The general claim from many agroecology actors is that there is no agroecology without food sovereignty. So among strong agroecology actors, there is no agroecology without food sovereignty, and no sovereignty can be achieved without agroecology. What is meant by food sovereignty is here the redefinition of the power relations among actors of the food system. So the relationship of farmers with input, output, actors, and also peers, so that farmers and other marginal actors can gain more power. Power to decide on cropping practices, power to have more influence on prices, and maybe on standards, what can be sold and what is going to be considered wastes. All these questions are important, and we will see examples of that. Patel underlines, presents the strive for sovereignty as the desire of farmers to gain more power in order to adopt practices that make sense and have a feeling of self-empowerment. And in fine, the outcome of food sovereignty, which Patel points to but also questions, would be egalitarianism. So agroecology would strive to egalitarian relationships within the farm system, household system, and food system. Another reading is that increasing the economic and political agency of farmers through sovereignty also helps towards farmers achieving food security, because then they gain more power over their food entitlements. Yeah, if agroecology farmers invest so much effort in gaining power in farming decisions, then it must be that under the current model, they cannot achieve that, but that under an alternative agroecological market model, they have the possibility to enact their values. So this is what we were checking in a case study. So now I'm talking about empirical results in a parentheses. My first parenthesis, I'm going to make 3 parentheses of empirical results. And so my student, Felix Schilling, investigated the motives, attributes, and thereby expressed values of 3 agroecological community-supported agriculture farms near Frankfurt. So the community-supported agricultural farms are operate under a special contract whereby farmers engage in delivering vegetables throughout the year to a certain group of consumers who pay the farmer on a regular basis monthly amounts independent on how the production will look like. So there is a sharing of risk here. And so the student, Felix, performed a content analysis based on the analysis of 3 of these farms. What he found is that the choice of going into the CSA equals that farmers took more freedom from the global market. And this freedom enabled them to feel solidarity with the consumers and also establish a new dependency with direct consumers around them. It also enabled them to diversify their cultures, to have less monoculture, a more diversified set of crops, to have less wastes due to their setting their own standards, and also to have less pressure on their co-workers. So the enacted values the values that could be enacted through the joining in the CSA, the creation of the CSA, were also the teaching and friendship with consumers. So establishing common values with the consumers about a way of farming, the agroecological way of farming, ecological sustainability that they could reach through that, and also the long-term attractiveness of the farm by creating a farm that seemed to have a meaning and attractive activities with a diversified set of crops. From the consumer's perspective, the incentive was to support local farms, so to support the farming activities surrounding. So what we can see from the first block is that the aim of the farmers was to strive, or we can interpret, and that's what I'm doing now, we can interpret it as the aim of the farmers to strive towards egalitarian relationships with the outlets, but also, basically with the outlets. And we see that another thing that is important to them, so another value, is the contribution to the maintenance of the social, the ecological, and the economic basis for sustainable farming in situ in Germany. Yeah, so that's one of the domains of egalitarianism, so to say. But another one, not surprisingly, comes as the relationship to nature. Many scientists perceive the agroecological approach to be rooted in a newly defined and decolonized relationship with nature. Basically, if we look at the human-nature relations, they are characterized in the Western worldview, which is characteristic, or which is the underlying worldview of industrial farming systems. So it's characterized by a great divide between man and nature. So that's why I represented here on the one side of the slide currents types of human-nature relationships characterized by this divide, opposed to a human-nature relationship striving for unity or reintegration of humans in the ecological system. So examples of of human-nature relationships, which are characterized by the divide, are of course the exploitative attitude of using nature as natural resources, which can just be taken and maybe even converted into other forms of capital. That's another story. As a reaction to that, of course, several forms of environmentalisms have developed, including the conception of parks, or increasing the ecological efficiency of whatever processes we have, including agricultural processes. Yet these do not depart from a divide in the human-nature relationships, because they still have an utilitarian perspectives on that nature. On the other side, Guha and Martinez-Allier propose a concept of environmentalism of the poor, or they propose agroecology, or others propose agroecology, like de Chatin, as relying on a totally different kind of relationship to nature. They propose that these farmers actually see themselves in the system and do not see nature as instrumental, but as a partnership. So we looked at this in detail in a case study, also in Germany, where we investigated the worldviews of farmers. We asked the question, how does the worldview of agroecological farmers in Germany make use of a decolonized perspective in order to reconstruct their relations to nature? And here we used a reconstructive analysis of narratives, and you will see what that means in a second when I show you a result. Basically, what we found is that these agroecological farmers that we interviewed expressed worldviews that were far away from the dichotomy between man and nature, and away from a utilitarian version of environmentalism as well. They expressed respectful partnership and egalitarianism. Their attitudes ranged between amazement, or oscillated rather, between amazement and deep system thinking. This quote aims to illustrate this, and I'm going to read it for you because the way that we have to transcribe when doing constructive qualitative analysis is not easy to read. So, it is, of course, also a tightrope walk because, others say, well, then let the nature completely alone to grow as it wishes. But I see this again not this way, because when then a plot isn't used at all, then it's not always better. So you find the highest humus formation on the pastures grazed by cattle. So it is always about needing to maintain the equilibrium. So that illustrates that they are attempting to work with nature by understanding the system's functioning, while still wanting to have an improvement of the ecological system, improving the humus content, for instance. Yeah. The second aspect, which was surprising for us and a new result for us, was a new emerging theme, and it was that shaping nature in order to maintain the life bases intact appeared to be the central goal of the farming activity. Put differently, we could argue that there's a clear focus on the reproduction of the farming system as a goal. This quote illustrates this fact. We are the first in our region, was saying Farmer A, who has started to, again, to this extent, to mow with a double blade mowing machine. That means that we acquired a machine, a mowing technique, which is insect friendly. And yes, it involved many risks and also much trouble and effort, time-wise and financial, where we still believe today that this is the right thing to do. So farmers invest time, energy, knowledge, risk into the goal of maintaining a basic, an intact life basis. Agroecological farmers. Yeah. This aim of reproduction, of maintaining life bases intact, that reflects a contribution from feminist economics that I would now like to come to. Feminist science offers a useful sociological lens applicable to a range of diverse fields and research topics. And among these, they talk about care economics and of reproduction economics. And this contribution is rooted in these concepts. So what you see here is a scheme inspired from Joachimsen and Knobloch, which made visible in their article the contribution of the environment and also of unpaid or invisible work as inputs into the economic activities. What you see here is a conception of the economic system as what is being accounted for in the formal economics. And you can see that the supporting activities in terms of providing workforce, of taking care of elderly, of education and so on, is considered support activities. Also, all the work done by nature, maintaining ecosystems, ecological functions and so on, you know them, are also seen as inputs in the system, but not part of the system. At best, actually, in neoclassical economics, they are considered as social and environmental externalities. But that, of course, clearly ignores the feedback relationships that may exist between the support activities and the economic activities. And in feminist economics, they are considered the reproduction of the social and environmental basis for the economic activity. If you enlarge this graph, so here I'm now putting a second part on the right-hand side of the screen. If you enlarge this graph, then you have a proposition for broadening the economy or the perception of the economy, the borders that we lay on the economic systems through this lens of feminist economics. This accounts for the social and environmental activities in the economy. You can see that on the right-hand side, the social, ecological, and economic processes are all considered as part of the same and one system, and not separated and analyzed separately from the economic system. So now, I would like to propose, I would like to propose that until now, when we talk about production, agricultural production, food production, we tend to focus really on the production part, and we tend also okay.
We can no longer hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay, I think I still have like 5 minutes according to 4 minutes according to my watch. Okay. Yeah, basically, if we consider that agricultural economics focuses on just production independent of the reproduction systems, social and ecological, we can say that it focuses on the chromatistic part of economics, on accumulation, growth, and markets. Yet, I cannot move anymore. There. Yet, the reproduction part, maintaining the life basis, must also be considered. And from the perspective of Aristotle, from an Aristotelian perspective, this consists in the economia, in maintaining and managing the resource base. If we take the metaphor of an iceberg, I would say that we need to move from considering just the upper part of the iceberg, looking at production, to looking at the whole system involving both the production and the reproduction processes when we analyze agricultural systems and food systems. So consider the whole iceberg. And this is my last part. We are trying to apply this type of thinking in a case study, my third example, a case study, by looking at how agroecology serves food security in Nigeria. So we are just at the stage where we are trying to formulate a conceptual framework. And so our initial thought is, why does an increase in production, which has taken place in Nigeria, did not necessarily lead to an increase in food security in rural settings? And the conceptual framework that we want to apply is the one that I've just described to you now, starting from ecology, striving for more egalitarian relationships with its multiple environments, social, ecological, economic, in order to achieve a double aim of reproduction of the system, but also of the production economy. And through egalitarian relationships to achieve the double aim, we have an agency for food security that would be created, and that would lead to food and nutrition security. And now our challenge is to try and operationalize this concept in order to be able to investigate this, to make an investigation of the agency that agroecology would confer for households to achieve their food security. And we are thinking of applying an investigation at the farming household level to measure diversity score and perceived food insecurity, and to consider the domains of reproduction of oeconomia to be investigated as the food security, but also the environmental integrity and the social health in the household. And we are still looking for appropriate indicators. Here I'm suggesting time, biomass, and money allocated to reproduction activities. And we are searching for agency variables. And for that, those are just suggestions, but I don't want to have no more time for my conclusions. So let me come to my last slide. Yeah, with this presentation or with this speech, I would like to propose, a new conceptualization of agricultural systems for science also. So seeing agricultural systems as systems of power relations towards nature, peers, and markets. And in the case of agroecology, to see these relationships that strive towards egalitarianism and to be fostering two aims. The reproduction, sorry, this is cutting me myself. There. So fostering two aims: the first, the reproduction and administration of the farms, socio-ecological systems, and second, the production aim. Importantly, I would like to say these two last sentences because they are questions that I think are crucial and have been highlighted by all people who have introduced this conference. If we conceptualize farming systems in this way, as having these two aims, especially the ones of reproduction and of administration of farms, then the role of agriculture as a vector of development, especially of growth, is questioned, or in its sole role as a vector of development and growth. That is questioned. And that brings to us to wonder what we want the aim of farming systems and food systems to be tomorrow. Thank you. And sorry for the overtime.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stephanie, for this wonderful keynote. You bring to fore the new concepts that we need to internalize in order to move forward in our transformation quest. So I understand that okay, we have 2 questions here on the chat box, but if you have question, you can use the digital hand so that I can see, because there are so many persons here, so I can't see everybody at once. So if you have a question, you can just raise your digital hand. I can see that. So before I go into the question proper, the Q&A, I will want to briefly introduce Professor Patrick Martins. He's a professor of agricultural, food, and environmental policy at the Justice Liebig University, Gießen here. Professor Martins have worked in a senior position for activities funded by the German Research Council, the European Commission, the World Bank, and the GIZ. So thank you very much, Professor Martins, for being here with us. I don't know if you have briefly anything to say or contribute now before we move ahead. Okay, so Dr. Stephanie, we have a couple of questions here, and Mavusi Kosivi is asking, at which level of land tenure system can affect adoption of agroecological practices? He's thinking about the fact that if a farmer doesn't have the property rights of his agricultural land, it will be very difficult for him to invest easily in it and develop agroecological systems. So he's, I think if I understand well, he's looking at the effect of the current land tenure systems we have, and the smallholder farmers, which are obviously the agroecological farmers mostly, they don't really have much access to land. So to what extent is it impacting the adoption of agroecology?
Yeah, I think it can work both ways depending on how you see it. So of course, if you see and it definitely depends on the system in which the farmers that you are considering are in. You have in South America, for instance, you have seen that defending or embracing the agroecology ideas and values have enabled farmers, even who had no land, to develop a group that was able, using this the value or the worldview as an immaterial territory. So they were able, with this claim, with this idea, to claim for land. So that gave them a visibility, and it also gave them a counter, something to propose as a complement, in opposition to the alternative land use, which could be done of the land if they lose access to land. If we imagine a situation where farmers don't have titles, and there may be land grabbing or land that is being allocated to industrial farming schemes, let's say oil palm plantation or whatever being implemented here, maybe by international interests, we don't know. Then farmers could be, by adopting this, rather than being impeded by that or not wanting to invest in such methods, they could also join forces groups and claim that they are producing something different, that they are caring for the land, and thereby they can improve their legitimacy of having this land. And of course, there's a momentum, a political momentum, whether that will be useful or not, whether that will actually increase their political capital and enable them there to secure then, in a positive feedback, more resources.
If I may add, or more like a question, because of the idea or the values, of the idea of increasing mechanization or large-scale agribusiness as being paramount in achieving food security. Is there a way that agroecology can also have its place in the big agri, in large-scale production? Is it possible, or is it just limited to only smallholder farmers, or can it also be adopted by the big agrics?
Okay, you come with a big question. Yes, so as I was trying to highlight in my talk, it depends if you're asking me or if you're asking what has been said in literature, but yeah, I think that definitely there's a possibility to improve the ecological performance, let's say, of large-scale agricultural systems. And we are also investigating in my research group the case of a environmental friendly or nature inclusive oil palm plantation in Colombia. And we even found in that case that the ecosystem services that the nature provides on this plantation are not alone. They also, the nature also provides benefits to the workers in terms of values that they perceive in this nature enhanced plantation. So of course you find ways of improving the situation for people. You do by adopting new practices, but what you don't do is that you don't change the order of power and of decisions. And still, I find that quite. We really need to question whether we want that, because who now will decide in the future what we want to eat, or how we want, which kind of crops should be cultivated, even if it's done in an environmental friendly way, you know? How can we maintain under global decisions and high corporate power, how can we maintain regionality, how can we maintain local cultures, how can we maintain agrobiodiversity? These things are linked because they are linked also to knowledge systems, which then may not be maintained. So of course you can do things better, but do we really want to have them in this way? Who should decide?
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Doctor, once again. I would like to hand over back to the Secretary of the LOC. But before that, you can always, we are compiling every question in this conference, so you can still send in your questions and it will be taken note of. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Stephanie Domto. Right now, we are going to be going for a 10 minutes coffee break. And this is 10:30, so we'll be back 10:40. We're going to be going for a 10 minutes coffee break. We're back 10:40, so that we'll go ahead with the other guest speakers. We still have Dr. Jonas Mwankwo-Chiano. We still have Professor Sarah Anyao And we also have Professor Adebayo Aromolaran. So we're back 10:40. Thank you very much. This is 10:40. I think we've had the coffee break. We're going to continue with the remaining guest speakers. As I earlier said, we're going to, in this section, we're going to be having Dr. Jonas Nwankwo-Chiano, Professor Sarah Anyanwu, Professor Adebayo Aromolayan, and then we're also going to have Enugu State government speaking to us, the governor, heavily represented by Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture, Honorable Matthew Idu, will also be talking to us. And we're going to start with Dr. Jonas Nwankwo-Chiano. Dr. Jonas? Dr. Jonas, are you with us?
By the host. Yeah, okay, I'm fine now.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Jonas Nwankwo-Chiano obtained a PhD in agricultural economics from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and Christian Albert Universitat, Kiel, Germany, through a sandwich program. He also obtained a master's degree in agricultural economics from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and another master's in agricultural development from Wyon College, University of London. He is presently the chief agricultural economist in agriculture and agro-industrial department of the African Development Bank, Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, where he presently coordinates 2 Pan-African programs: the Multinational Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, being implemented in all low-income countries, and the Agriculture Fast Track, AFTF, being implemented in 10 African countries. He also coordinated a multinational program, support to agricultural research for development of strategic crops in Africa, implemented in 22 African countries, that preceded the TAT and the AFT. Prior to joining the bank in 2010, Dr. Chiano was a senior researcher in the consultative group on international agricultural research at the Tropical Soil Biology and Fertility Institute of the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, Nairobi, Kenya. He joined this from another CGR center, the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA, where he served in many capacities, including as a consultant, deputy coordinator of Rural Sector Enhancement Program, RUSEP, funded by USAID, and a research associate. Dr. Chiano had a stint in Japan as postdoctoral fellow of the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, JSPS, at Kyoto University. He has numerous publications, including 17 book chapters and over 60 referred journal articles. Dr. Chiano reviews articles for about 10 scientific journals. He's a member of 6 scientific societies. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Chukwuemeka. Can I share my screen? I think you need to grant me co-host to be able to do this.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You can share your screen, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it. Go ahead. Yes, we can see it. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor of the university, my very good friend, Professor Charles Igwe, and then the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Professor A.O. Ani, then the Head of the Department of Agricultural Economics, Professor Chukwuemeka Okoye, then the Conference Organizing Committee, then the conference participants, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to be called upon to be a guest speaker during this epoch-making conference of my alma mater and my department, Agricultural Economics, University of Nigeria. So I wanted to speak on the current issues about African agricultural transformation with respect to West Africa, the recent trajectories. And I think it is important because we need to know when the story is changing, when the narrative is changing, so that we also change those stories and those narratives about African agriculture. So the presentation outline, I will give some background information, and then I will talk about the need for agricultural transformation in West Africa, and I will discuss how those transformation is happening in West Africa, and I will give some slides on some of the key successes that will help us to change these narratives and also the driving factors, as well as the way forward and conclusion. You know, it is not uncommon every time people hear about Africa, especially about African agriculture, what you hear is poverty, crop failure, drought, poor and depleted soil resources, poor governance, HIV/AIDS, small-scale famine, no green revolution benefits, low agricultural export volume, civil strife, malnutrition, low impact agricultural research, and endless experimental and pilot phases. And Nigeria, Africa is really spending so much money to import food. They spend a wobbling over 447 billion US dollars annually to import food. And this is exactly the kind of food they can produce themselves. Meanwhile, the population is growing, and by 2050, the population will double. So there's something wrong with the situation in Africa. 3.3% of our agricultural GDP is lost every year. And the irrigation rate of Africa is so low that it cannot change so much about African agriculture. Over 200 million Africans, or 23% of our population, are hungry. And about 40% of our children under the age of 5 are malnourished. If this trend continues, by 2050, only 13% of Africa's food needs will be met. And of course, we all know that Africa was bypassed by the Green Revolution that happened earlier, where improved seeds, germplasm, the use of inorganic fertilizers, and crop protection products made productivity to increase to solve the needs of agriculture. Now, if you look at the challenges of West African agriculture, you find out that the food gap is about 20% and is projected to increase in future. Cereal yield is so low, less than 2 tons, when you can get up to 3 tons. And then you can see the aging scientists. The average age of scientists in West Africa is about 55 years. And then limited involvement of women that occupy a prime place in agricultural production in West Africa to access to technologies. Only 15 to 20% of them access technologies. The seed systems in Africa, West Africa, they are so inefficient. And of course, African agricultural research is well underfunded, including extension. Now, West Africa is under pressure due to a convergence of multiple disruptions, armed conflicts, environmental degradation, climate change, global health crisis, including the current one, COVID-19 pandemic. And there is a delay in going to scale. People are so contented with piloting, and so the far-reaching benefits of agricultural research, they are not being attained. So there is need to make some changes. Now, why must agriculture transform in West Africa? It's because Africa, and West Africa in particular, agriculture remains a major source of employment when you look at the number of people who are employed in agriculture, and also a major source of income when you look at the number of people who are deriving income from agriculture. But there's something to look at. When you look at this graph, you find out that African agriculture is clearly underperforming, because if it is hiring about 61% of the population, but only contributing 25% to GDP, there's something wrong. And then if you look at the other countries that you can classify the same way you classify Africa or West Africa, you see how they are doing in terms of contribution to GDP. Now, the key contributors, now I'm talking about how the transformation is changing. There are so many players that are making very sound contributions to the changing of the narratives of African agriculture and West African agriculture in particular. The World Bank, through its well-known program, West African Agriculture Productivity Program, and then the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program. Many West African countries have benefited from this. Then you think of the African Development Bank through its numerous programs, including the New Rices for Africa, the SADC, that is support agricultural research for development of strategic crops in Africa, which we used to support 4 out of the 6 strategic crops of the African Union. Then you talk of the Agriculture Fast Track Fund that we are using to support small-scale SMEs. And what do we do there? I will talk about it later. It's about creating the knowledge that they need to use, the technical content they need to use to formulate bankable projects for funding by development financial institutions. Then, of course, the technologies for African agricultural transformation, and the one in bracket I call TAT-S. Let me say something about this TAT-S. TAT-S is where we are developing the savannas of Africa. And you know that the savannas of Africa is a continuum of a contiguous form of land that is 400 million hectares. And it goes across 25 African countries. And of course, after all those things, you talk of the wider Feed Africa strategy of the bank, which is running from 2016 to 2025 under the leadership of our present president, Dr. Akin Adesina. Then you talk of the CG centers, they have contributed seriously in the development of agriculture in West Africa. You talk of the IIT that is in Ibadan. You talk of Africa Rice. You talk of ICARA that is working on wheat using the heat tolerant varieties. And you talk of ICRISA that has done so much in the dry areas of West Africa. Then, of course, we know about the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, and of course, the contributions of the National Agricultural Research Systems, and then the advanced research institutions like the AATF, the International Fertilizer Development Corporation, and then Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, and of course, the private sector. Now, if you look at WAP, WAP has created a lot of innovations that help to reduce productivity gaps, both for crops and for livestock. And you can see they are intervening in the areas of rice, cassava, livestock, large ruminants, and catfish, and so on and so forth, and even extend their work to value addition, as you can see. Now, the African Development Bank is contributing in several ways, including direct contribution that they make to the regional member countries. Now, but it is worth mentioning the Feed Africa strategy, which is one of the 5 corporate priorities of the bank that they are using to implement effectively the 10-year strategy of the bank that has been running from 2013 to 2022. But the president felt that there is need to ginger what is going to happen there through these high 5 priorities. And one of them is Feed Africa. And that is the one we're going to be talking about now. If you look at the objectives that the Feed Africa is trying to contribute to, you see, it wants to contribute to end extreme poverty in Africa. It aims to contribute to eliminate hunger and malnutrition in Africa. And then it wants to help Africa to become a net importer of agricultural commodities. And it aims to move Africa to the top of agricultural value chains. And why must it happen that way? Is because if you look at the situation now, where we have 420 million Africans who live under the poverty line, and if nothing is done by 2025, that number will increase to 550 million. And then you look at the staggering food import, which as at 2015 was standing at 5 billion, at 5.54 billion. And if nothing is done by 2025, it will go to 111 billion. And that is the kind of situation we found ourselves in. So any right-thinking organization in Africa must do something to change this kind of narratives. Now, one of the reasons why I put this, the trajectory of integrated soil fertility management and the effect this has on agronomic efficiency is because if you look at the tropical soil fertility research in Africa, it started from the first paradigm in the 70s, when people were talking about the need to use inorganic fertilizers. But in the middle of the 80s, there was need to see, because of the negative effect of some of these inorganic fertilizers, you need to now shift to organic fertilizers. But there's a problem there. The problem is that in many areas, and many farmers are not able to generate organic resources to be able to increase productivity. Then came the next paradigm, which was a combination of organic and inorganic fertilizers. So once you combine them, and that is why I said sometimes when researchers have got to something that is like, a breakthrough, they don't need to research all those things. All studies that I have seen, whenever you combine organic and inorganic resources, you get a better result. Then, when you even look at the local adaptation, after you have combined germplasm, organic resources, and you adapt it to the local condition, then you get the best. And this is what we call full ISM, full integrated soil fertility management. And then you can see how agronomic efficiency is improving. And these are some of the, there's no need for further research on this, it works. Now, we look at the successes. There is this technology that was derived as a result of hardship, devaluation of currencies in the West African region by those who use the CFA. When the currency was devalued, farmers could no longer afford the quantity of fertilizer that was recommended, like 13 kg P per hectare. So this technology came where if you do, instead of broadcasting, if you apply 4 kg alone per hectare, it does a lot of wonders, and you see the results. You see, in all cases, you look at what is happening in Burkina Faso between 2002 and 2006. In almost all cases, by applying just 4 kilograms of P, you are able to double yield. So this is a good technology, and it has been working in most of those Sahelian parts of West Africa. Now, if you look at the cost-benefit analysis, benefit-cost analysis, you see that microdose gives you 19 compared to just 2 when you use the recommended prices that requires a lot of financial support. Now, another important technology is this one they call targeted fertilizers, and that is what the developed countries call precision agriculture. And then the target is specific soil nutrients and soil crop requirements, and it's based on soil and plant analysis. So apart from the regular NPK and the other regular nutrients, if you add some of these secondary and micronutrients like zinc, like sulfur, you see a tremendous effect it has on yield because you're able to remove some of those constraints. Now, the targeted fertilizers have played a major role in increasing productivity in developed countries without necessarily increasing fertilizer consumption. Now, if you look at the effect of this on rice, when you just put 1 zinc and 2 S, and then you see, look at column 3. Column 3 is what you get. And then you compare it to column 5, what you would have got if you didn't put some of those micronutrients. So the yield advantage is significant, 54% yield advantage. Some of these are important technologies that you don't need to just overlook, and you continue to chase shadow. Now, remember that when we talked about the problems of West Africa, we talked about capacity, the aging scientists. So one of the intervention areas of WAP was to train scientists. So you can see they trained a lot of scientists, about 916, and also they generated a lot of technologies, and then that covered over 3 million hectares of land. Now, of course, increase in average income among the project beneficiaries, and increase in access to food in terms of calories. And of course, the average yield increases, and then reduction in the hunger season. Now, you can see the number of direct beneficiaries, about 5.8 million. And then the indirect beneficiaries, about 30 million. And of course, the reach was about 45% women, which is really good for addressing the issues of gender. Now, of course, this graph is just, this slide is just to show the exchanges in terms of planting materials from one country to the other. And that is one of the things we are doing under the Technology for African Agricultural Transformation, to break all those barriers, both phytosanitary and sanitary barriers, and also those laws that prevent movement of commodities. Because one, not all countries have the capacity to develop the varieties. So those who don't have the capacity can benefit from those who have. And then if you're a seed company and you are sitting in a country where the market is not huge, but the fact that there can be harmonization of policies, you are now able to cover other countries. That is an incentive for you to continue to produce more certified seeds. Now, of course, this is just to give you an idea of the supply of certified seeds under the auspices of the West African Agricultural Productivity Program of the World Bank. Now, TAT is the one that I coordinate at the African Development Bank, and we are carrying this program out in all the low-income African countries because the money we are using for this is coming from the regional public goods window of the bank. So the money can only be spent in low African countries. Nigeria was part of this, but Nigeria got out of the low-income category in January 2019. So going forward, Nigeria will no longer be part of this. But many of the West African countries are still part of it. But what is important here is how TAT has been able to massively increase productivity, ranging from 15% to 113% with a mean of about 57% across livestock, crops like rice, maize, wheat, cassava, orange flesh, sweet potato, aquaculture, sorghum, forage. I mean, I think you guys know about the story of how a forage that was developed in Africa was exported to Colombia, and it made a lot of changes in the livestock system there. And then some people are now importing it back to Africa, and that's in Bracharia. So that is creating a lot of productivity increases. We have problem, but that's not what we're addressing in this. The problem we have is that land productivity in Africa is increasing through some of these interventions, but as economists, we should be bothered that labor productivity is not increasing as land productivity. I think is another important discussion that we need to hold. Now, apart from productivity increases, if you look at this slide is just showing you in terms of quantity of seeds, quantity of seeds that, I don't know how this thing came on their slide, quantity of seeds that have been produced in terms of wheat, and also in terms of climate smart maize, and of course, all of those things we are doing to be able to create a better enabling environment. Like for instance, seed industry assessment in 12 countries, high-level policy dialogue, events organized on regional harmonization for COMESA, for ECOWAS, and for East African Community, and so on and so forth. So you have to deal with the issue of policy to be able to also move things. Now, what are these drivers of this success we are seeing? One key driver is political support and commitment. As you can see, when ministers of agriculture help to visit fields, and also, are you still hearing me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Yeah, you can see the president of Liberia participating in WAP activities, and then you see the prime minister of Cote d'Ivoire also participating in some of these things, ginger the kind of support that researchers and those who are in development need. They need this kind of support. And of course, you cannot emphasize the importance of coordination, partnership, and innovations. And then we achieve more together. And that is why we have public-private partnership and less alone. And you must have heard about the innovation platforms where all actors along the agricultural value chain, they are brought together, because that bringing them together helps to provide a great platform for creating solutions together. And it has been very effective in reaching rural farmers. And then in this kind of platform, you have a powerhouse of agricultural knowledge providers. You have a powerhouse of agricultural knowledge and products delivery. You have a powerhouse of process facilitation like FARA. And then of course you have the private sector. Once you have all these things and they work together, you can see results. Now, why I brought this TAT and TAT-S again is because of what we are doing currently in the Guinea Savannah. In Ghana, we now have been able to develop over 20 hectares of land in the Savannah. And then you see the kind of agriculture you see in Europe and North America, a sea of crops, soybean, maize, and following the pattern of what happened in the Cerrados of Brazil. And like I said before, the savannas of West Africa or Africa covers 400 million, and that is where we have a great potential, and 25 countries share out of this. And then when we produce, what happens? Then you think about this coordination that has been brought about by the Afro-Continental Feed Trade Agreement. And this is more important for making our agriculture strong in the future. I think we cannot underestimate the importance of this. Then of course, why I want to show this combination of technology, strategies, policies, and profits is that in TAT, for instance, the strategies are embodied in the components. EE is about creation of enabling environment, RTDI is rural technology delivery infrastructure, and then DAP is the deployment of appropriate agricultural technologies, and of course, project management and coordination. And the 4 principles. I think it is good for us to know the 4 principles that guide that. One is that technology matters. Science, technology, innovation, they matter. Scale matters, because even if you have a very perfect technology, but you are just growing it on 1 hectare, it's not going to change significantly your situation. Policy and regulation, they matter because they can stunt every effort you make. And of course, partnership and collaboration matters. I want to emphasize this partnership and collaboration. There is no amount of partnership that we have that will not help us, because two good heads are better than one. But of course, if you do all these things and you don't have good economics from agricultural enterprises in terms of gross margin, in terms of returns on investment, the disincentive will not be there. And that is why, as economists, we have to be interested in what is happening in the areas of profitability. And of course, policies and enabling environments. We help farmers to invest in their soils. And we help the private sector to invest in agricultural inputs and output market development to further improve the economic feasibility of using inputs. This is critical. And of course, that is one of the things that made it to be successful. We have done a lot of work in Ghana. We are moving to Zambia. We are moving to Guinea and Central African Republic, where there's a lot of land and political support. So high-level policymaker support is very important there. Now, why I want to show this slide is what the bank is also doing to support the agribusiness private sector. Like I said, this is just a grant, and 6 West African countries are benefiting from this: Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Mali, and Nigeria. And what we are doing here is just to give a grant of between $100,000 and 1.5 million for some of these agribusinesses to be able to carry out feasibility studies, business and marketing research, and all those kind of things, to be able to generate technical content that will enable them to develop bankable proposals that can be supported by commercial banks and development finance institutions. So this is important because the donors put this money together because they always say that people in agriculture don't get help. And then 3 of the donors, USAID, Danida, and SIDA, put this about, it was worth about $23 million. And then the bank has been using it from 2013. And we have been able to create programs for 63 countries, for 63 projects in 10 countries across Africa. I think it's important to mention this. Now, what is the way forward for West Africa? West Africa needs to plug itself and be in a position to benefit from key programs. I have mentioned that, but also we're talking of digital solutions for agriculture, especially now that you can use digital means to be able to reach farmers with extension information. Post-harvest losses reduction is important because I remember my late professor, Felix Nweke, he was always arguing that Africa was already producing enough food, but we were losing a lot to post-harvest losses. And of course, youth involvement in agriculture is critical because they are the ones who are going to modernize agriculture and make agriculture a $1 billion industry. And of course, I have talked about the Start Savannah, where we are focusing on the savannah environment, the agroecology, because it's massive, and you don't have a lot of issues of stumps. So you can mechanize there, like what we have done in Ghana. We have now bought some combine harvesters. We have developed the land. A lot of smallholder farmers are now benefiting from land developed. And of course, you have to pay attention to blue economy because of the nutritional effect. And of course, livestock is important in many areas of West Africa. And of course, you have to pay attention to also fertilizer. Because like I said, from the ISFM slide, you can see that once you combine organic and inorganic fertilizers, you get a better result. And of course, if you adapt the situation to a local condition, maybe you have access to crop residue or animal manure, you even get a better result. I've mentioned the Agriculture Fast Track Fund. And of course, you know about the African Leaders for Nutrition, because you can have what they describe as empty harvest. If the food you are harvesting and you are eating is not providing the nutrients people need, it means that it is just more like an empty harvest. Now, of course, the World Bank's program on global agriculture and food security program, a lot of West African countries have benefited, but there is a call that has just been out and 300 million has been provided. So I want more West African countries to pay attention to this and benefit from that. So in conclusion, I say that consistency with the emerging transformations will enable West Africa to achieve its dream of a region where children do not go to bed on empty stomachs. Thank you very much for listening. I love you guys. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Jonas, for that wonderful, interesting, and informative presentation. Yeah, we have some people that have indicated some questions about your presentation. And also, if you want to speak, you can put up your hand through the raise hand point on the Zoom. So, Dr. Jonas, we quickly go to the questions so that because for now we have 3 questions so that we can cover them, and some people may still want to ask questions. Dr. Shinasa is asking a question. Why do you think labor productivity is not developing as land productivity? And also, why will Nigeria be excluded from benefiting from TAT? So maybe you can answer that before we go to Dr. Benjamin's question.
Okay, well, of course, I think the question on labor productivity, like I said when I was making the presentation, should bother all of us as economists. Because if you invest your labor in an enterprise, but the productivity of that labor in terms of returns per man day or man hour is less than the productivity of that your labor elsewhere, you will definitely shift your labor to that place. So I think it has something to do with increase in efficiency and also scale. I think it is very important. It is very, very important for us to be able to increase the scale we have in using our labor. Because I remember one of the things I looked at when I was doing my PhD on natural resource labor productivity under natural resource conditions, I was looking at effective labor, different from total labor application. Because you see, when people go to the farm, for instance, they can spend so much time doing other things. And then when you now check the exact time they have used to do the operation they have come for instance, if it's a weeding operation, you find that the effective labor use can just be 30% of the time they have spent in the farm. So we have to be more efficient in the use of labor. That's what I can say that. With respect to Nigeria not benefiting from TAT, yes, we benefited from TAT 1, but we're not going to continue to benefit because we have graduated into a mid-income country. And that is not bad for us because when you graduate into a mid-income country, you have a greater chance of borrowing from the international market at a cheap interest rate to be able to attend to your development issues. Of course, you have to be able to use this money efficiently, not the type where the way Nigerians have been borrowing now. They borrow it and consume it. When you borrow for consumption, I think it's really a waste of money. So that's what I can say there. So that Nigeria has graduated, you know, no North African country, the only North African country has been part of, has been classified as a low-income country is Mauritania. All North African countries are mid-income countries. So they have never benefited from this kind of money that is meant for low-income countries. So Nigeria has just graduated, and we at the bank, we look forward to graduating many more countries because it increases the opportunity of borrowing from the international financial market. And of course, if they are borrowing for development, it will be an advantage for them. If you are a low-income country with probably a low credit rating, there's a limit to what you can borrow from the international market, financial market. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we quickly go to Dr. Benjamin's question. Knowing that youth form about 65% of population in Nigeria, and the agricultural transformation cannot be effective in this huge population if this huge population are neglected in agriculture. So what strategies in this program adopting to motivate the youth in agricultural transformation? So what are the strategies you have in motivating the youth in this to adopt these your programs?
This is a very good question. I can tell you this. You know why? A good observation about the proportion of the population made up of youths. If you are having a program that you think needs to be transformative and the youths are not there, it means that you have not actually looked at the population properly, the structure of the population. So for us under TAT, we have an enabler. You know, the way TAT is organized under 9 commodity compacts and 6 enablers. The commodity compacts are addressing things like rice, wheat, orange flesh, sweet potato, high iron bean, livestock, aquaculture. Then we have the enablers. The enablers are those that are doing some important services that you require to be able to increase productivity on those commodities. And one of the enablers is EnableTAT. And that EnableTAT is an acronym. It stands for Empowering Novel Agribusiness-Led Youth Empowerment. So we have a whole compact where we are mobilizing the youth, empowering them to be able to start addressing so many areas of the agriculture value chain. Some of them are in production, some of them are in processing, some of them are in logistics. But I think, what we are doing in TAT is to be able to demonstrate, prove a concept, and then try to see if governments can borrow money either from us, from the World Bank, from IFAD, or anywhere, to be able to deepen what we are doing. And then it has been working because in many countries now, many governments have borrowed to be able to address the issue of youth involvement in agriculture. And Nigeria also borrowed about 530 million. But the delays in the parliament and all those type of things, the 1 year passed, there was no disbursement. So the bank has to cancel that. So those kind of things happen. So, but it is a very important sector to address. And then they have been doing wonderfully well. In fact, if you go to the agripreneurs, they call themselves agripreneurs at the IITA, involving the youth, they are doing wonderful. And in fact, there are so many competitions among the youth in Africa, and they are using the modern technology to be able to do a lot of things, helping farmers to be able to get the best price. And then they pay a kind of commission for that. So it is happening already, but we want it to happen more.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your for the answer. Joseph Amadou is asking, how can we achieve effective agricultural transformation given the high level of bad governance and corruption at all levels of the society, especially in Nigeria?
Okay, I think, yes, I can tell you something about this.
Okay.
You see, what I have presented, all of these things happened when there is corruption. So we cannot undermine what is possible. Yes, we need to reduce corruption, but some of those things are not within our control. So, but you can do what is within your control by leveraging the power of science, the power of technology, the power of innovations, the power of knowledge of good agricultural practices, so that you put in the little effort you put in should be able to result in increase in productivity and increase in production, and of course, more revenue to you, assuming that you sell. And then, of course, when you sell, you're able to improve your family's livelihoods. But I'm sure that all of you, when I was presenting some of those stories about Africa, it's like, oh, Africa, we cannot continue with even the small-scale farming unless we are able to introduce a kind of coordination that have been done in India, where small-scale milk producers everywhere, they have cooperatives that help them to mop those productions and get value out of them and keep them in business. Otherwise, we need to start moving towards medium-scale farming. And I am sure that my friend, Professor Bayo Arumura, is going to talk about this. And we have seen signs that the more you move towards medium-scale farming, that also help the small-scale farmers, there is a trajectory of a kind of empowerment of the small-scale farmers by those medium-scale farmers, and everybody is moving. And this is the kind of thing we are also thinking with this development of the savannas. The savannas have great potential. If you know about the cerrados of Brazil, it is a similar agroecology like the savannas of Africa. So you just need to reduce the little constraints there, increase your use of inputs, both organic and inorganic, and then of course do local adaptation for those who might have some crop residues or animal manure, then you get increase in productivity and increase in production. And because we are importing a lot into this continent, what it means is that if we were able to increase productivity and increase production, there is going to be market. Why it does not seem as if there's market now is this thing we in economics will call the principle of duality. Duality is where surplus exists side by side scarcity because of lack of market information. But I can tell you that most of the youths that are now going into agriculture, they are filling those gaps. So that duality is going to continue to minimize, reduce. So what it means is that some of these things were important now, especially for things we can produce. You know, most of the African countries or West African countries import poultry products. And once you develop the savannas, you are able to produce enough maize, you are able to produce enough soybean to be able to address your poultry industry. These are things that it will happen, it is beginning to happen. And why I started by saying that people should be ready to change the narratives is because whatever is positive that has happened to our agriculture, we should be able to internalize them and move forward. I hope you guys know that now the per capita agricultural value added in Africa is now going upwards. So that is a good news. And we hope that this trend will continue once we're able to develop this Africa continental free trade agreement. I think some of these things are some of the narratives that we need to also bring about when we're talking about issues of agriculture in Africa. Because if we don't recognize what is good, what is positive that is happening, and we continue to paint our agriculture or performance to be low. I remember what happened to me when I went to Tsukuba University in Japan to make a presentation. And then I presented all these background information about Africa. I'm not saying you shouldn't present them, but they should not forestall forward movement. And one professor there got up and said, look, when can we get over all these debilitating information about Africa? I felt pain, but that was the reality. And that is why I think when we see something that is happening, like now we're talking about agriculture as a business. Agriculture can no longer continue to be a way of life. It is going to be a business and it has to be run like a business. And we have to pay attention as economists to input-output relationship. This is very important. So that's what I can say there.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. We don't have time, but I don't know if you can attend to the remaining questions, but I will just quickly ask all of them together, then you can find a way to fix them together with the little time we have.
Okay, good, we'll do that.
Loretta is asking, having enough manpower, what incentives or policy can be put in place to put these youth into agriculture in the face of this massive unemployment bedealing Nigeria currently? Why Jesus is asking, please expatiate more on the technology that enable the use of 4 kg of fertilizer per hectare. Lastly, Shinasa is asking again, what are you doing to move the small-scale farmers to become medium-scale farmers? So, sir, you can quickly summarize them because we don't have time again.
Okay, now let me start with the last one. What we are doing to help the small-scale farmers to graduate to medium. You know, I think everybody knows that farmers need finance. And then, of course, the bank has what they call the banks that they have given credit lines to be able to advance credit to the farmers. I won't tell you that I have been in a study in Nigeria and in Ghana to see how those banks without credit lines are disbursing to the farmers. Unfortunately, it is not a very nice, the outcome is not good. So, but of course, the bank, because of the size of the African Development Bank, there is not much we can do to start intervening at that level because we are going to crowd out the commercial banks. But what we have continued to do is, like I have said, we have some funds, some trust funds that are helping us with technical assistance. And you know, technical assistance in terms of knowledge and capacity development can change the terrain of a farmer. So we are doing that. And of course, like I have talked about the Agriculture Fast Track. The Agriculture Fast Track is helping to provide funds, not for investment, but for you to create knowledge and to create the content that you require to be able to formulate bankable projects. So those are some of the things we do. Now, with respect to that technology, microdose technology, remember, don't get me wrong, it is about P, phosphorus. The recommended level of phosphorus is 13 kilograms per hectare. But because of the devaluation of the CFA, farmers could no longer even afford that. And that gingered ICRISA scientists to be able to try to find out what could be done. And they came up with this microdose technology, where instead of you applying 13 kilograms per hectare of phosphorus, broadcasting it, then you just apply it to the exact place where the plant is standing. And in so doing, they found out that it actually increased yield, double in many cases. And that is about it. And I think it can happen if you can reduce your fertilizer use by applying your fertilizer properly, and then you reduce the cost of your fertilizer use and increase the efficiency of its use and increase productivity. So it is doable. And with respect to policy to empower the youth, I think that any government in West Africa that has the will can do something. And like I said, Nigeria tried to do something based on the model that was created by IITA. However, you know, you have to deal with politics and also deal with your willingness to help. For whatever reason, you know, the parliament, they have to agree for any loan before it can be used. So there was a delay, so it got lost. But if you go to Ghana, you know, because this is about West Africa, Ghana, in a project I formulated in Ghana called the Rural Enterprises Program, they actually decided to cancel part of the activities to be able to carve out money to empower the youths. So that is done in that place. And of course, in Cote d'Ivoire, they have a program for youth empowerment. And I think Nigeria has, but it's just, Nigeria has it, but it's just embedded in all kinds of things that you will not even be able to say, this is exactly what they are doing. So it's about government willingness to be able to do it and the political will. That is the most important thing. So, hello? Hello?
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, okay, good.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to the moderator. Thank you for the answers.
Okay, good.
Anya, you can take over now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Chiamo. Thank you very much. We are going to the next person. We're going to call on Professor Sarah O. Anyanwu. Professor Sarah Anyanwu, are you with us? Yeah, Professor Sarah Anyanwu. Professor Anyanwu, are you with us? Yeah, please, you have to unmute yourself. Professor Sarah Anyanwu is a professor of development economics. She's a lecturer in the Department of Economics, University of Abuja, Nigeria, and has over 38 years of experience in the university system. She was a former senior special assistant to President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan on gender and development issues in the office of the Chief Economic Advisor to Mr. President from November 2010 to May 2011. She was the former director, Center of Entrepreneurship Development from 2009 to 2010, University of Abuja, and then from December 2018 to September 2019. She was the Dean School of Management and Information Technology between 2003 to 2005, Federal University of Technology, Yola, and the former head of the Department of Economics, University of Abuja. She is the current president, Nigeria Economic Society, from September 2019 till date. And she's also the vice chairman, Nigeria Statistical Association, Abuja chapter, from 2019 to date. And she also a member of various professional associations. She has over 75 publications in national and international journals to her merit, including chapters in books as well as over 107 papers presented at various conferences, seminars, workshops. She has served as an external examiner to 8 universities and has assessed academic staff for leadership and professorship positions in over 20 universities. Professor Anyanwu has consulted extensively, and her major clients include the British Council, World Bank, UNDP, EU, ILO, DFID, National Bureau of Statistics, former National Planning Commission, SUGO, NUC, Accreditation, Federal and State Ministry. She has also participated in the preparation of some national policies in Nigeria. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
The Vice Chancellor, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Admin, the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Nigeria, the Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture, Enugu State, ably represented, the keynote speaker, Dr. Stephanie Dumpte from Germany. You're welcome. Distinguished guest speakers, my colleagues, the HOD Agric Economics Department, University of Nigeria, the LOC members, conference members, the LOC, the organizers, distinguished conference participants, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present my paper. Let me share the paper so that you can all see it. The title of the paper is Agricultural Transformation, Key to Economic Growth in ECOWAS Sub-Region. That's the title of the paper. And then we have the outline over there. We have the introduction, importance of agriculture and economic growth in West Africa, the importance of agricultural transformation in West Africa, agricultural transformation in West Africa, progress made so far. We talk about MIRA, WAPA, MAFAB, ECOWAP, and so on. Feed the Future Initiative and USAID West African Program, WAEMU, regional agricultural policy, growth in agricultural production in ECOWAS sub-region, the challenges of agricultural development in West Africa, and finally, the way forward and conclusion. So we know that regionally, agriculture is the main source of livelihood for the majority of West Africans. And in 2018, the estimated GDP growth for West Africa was 3.3%. It moved forward. In 2017, it was 2.7%. So between 2014 and 2017, West Africa's GDP growth, trade rate for Africa as a whole, though it was faster than some other regions like Central and Southern Africa. The agricultural sector contributes 35% of GDP and employs almost 60% of the active labor force. according to the International Food Policy Research Institute. However, agricultural productivity in the region is inhibited by a lot of factors like underdeveloped linkages between the farmers and the market, limited access to affordable and reliable high quality seeds and fertilizer, lack of information on new agricultural technologies and best practices, and poor adoption of new technologies. ECOWAS sub-region, as we all know, is made up of 15 countries, 5 of them English-speaking countries: Ghana, Gambia, Libya, Liberia, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. 9 of them are French-speaking countries, like Benin, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Niger, Senegal, and Togo, and Cape Verde, we speak Portuguese. The ECOWAS population, as at 2015, stood at 290 million people, but projected to be 400 million by 2020, and then 500 million by 2013, according to FAO. So we can see that with this population now, we need food in order to prevent hunger. And as at 2015, about 80% of the ECOWAS population food requirements were met by what we produced. But as of today, with the population growth rates, we find out that there will be high increase in demand. And so there is need for agricultural transformation. West African countries and their development partners, they've now clearly understood that agriculture is very, very important in order to have broad-based economic growth, food security, nutrition, and poverty reduction. We need agricultural transformation in West African sub-region. And because of this, we have a program called Comprehensive Agricultural Development Program, CAPT, which is now being implemented by ECOWAS and its member states. So it's now a very regional program. And we also have ECOWAS Regional Agricultural Policy. All these are expected to help us move from traditional agriculture and to transform agriculture, to a modern one where the sub-region will be able to feed our population and reduce the food importation into the region. So thus we have the need to improve the smallholders' efforts so as to get the desired results. So agriculture plays a very decisive role in all countries, not only and in all nations, not only in West African sub-region, because of its usefulness in helping us to have a balance of trade, employment generation, increasing rural incomes, ensuring food security. And because of that, ECOWAS sub-region needs to pay the right attention to agriculture. Development in West Africa shows that genuine reduction of poverty can only be guaranteed through agriculture, without which most of the population will continue to live under poor standard of living. They will be living in poverty. So agriculture remains a development agenda in West Africa. So this, our paper now attempts to highlight the importance of agriculture and the importance of transformation of the sector in order to ensure sustainable economic growth in its West African sub-region. We briefly look at the importance of agriculture in the ECOWAS sub-region. It has been playing a very critical role. The export of agricultural commodities is the main source of ECOWAS external trade. You know, we have $6 billion is generated as of 2015, and a lot of West African countries rely on this agriculture for accelerating economic growth. So mainly, economic growth in the sub-region has been driven by agriculture, although service sector too has emerged to complement agriculture, even though some of the countries that are having oil like Nigeria, but we can see that oil, too much independence of oil is not very desirable. Agriculture is the mainstay of any economy that wants to achieve sustainable economic growth. Importance of agriculture in the ECOWAS sub-region. Generally, agriculture, not only in ECOWAS sub-region, but globally, the importance and contributions of agriculture to economic development cannot be overemphasized. In the area of food production, you know, in the area of provision of materials for clothing, employment generation, especially for the youthful population. It serves as a source of foreign exchange when we export the products and all the processed produce. We find out that we get foreign exchange and we are able to beef up the foreign reserves. Generation of income to the rural dwellers, especially the rural dwellers, where agriculture is the main occupation. We have provision of materials for shelter, development in the areas of social amenities, the money realized from agriculture being used to develop and provide social amenities like electricity, roads, and all the rest. Modern agriculture also provide industries, you know, with raw materials. We have agro-based industries, and also provides industry with the market, like and the use of tractors, other equipment. You know, so agriculture is very important. We have provision of recreation and tourism, servicing debts and financing imports of consumer goods and even capital goods and semi-finished goods for industry. And more importantly, agriculture helps to accelerate economic growth. We are talking in this case of agricultural transformation, not the subsistence agriculture. As the last speaker rightly pointed out, subsistence agriculture cannot take us far and cannot give us the dream we want to achieve, the vision for the West African sub-region. So we now look at agricultural sector and economic growth in West Africa. Most of the rural populace in ECOWAS sub-region derive their food and livelihood from agriculture, contributing about 29% of gross domestic products and 28% of export by value. According to the World Bank 2018, for the period of 2010 and to 2014, West African countries experienced strong economic annual growth of GDP of 5.46%, and majorly driven by agriculture. You know, the positive economic performance has been driven mainly by growing domestic demand, having favorable commodity prices, and possibly improved economic governance. However, after 2015 to date, some of these countries they have been having some decline in the economic growth, mainly due to those that have oil, mainly due to oil price crisis, and especially Nigeria. You know, the economic growth rate fell from 6.22% in 2014 to 2.79% in 2015. And by 2016, it was negative. So that shows that too much reliance on oil is not very good. We need to promote agricultural transformation in West African sub-region for sustainable economic growth. So even though we have varieties or differences among the West African countries, what is important is that there is considerable evidence indicating that agricultural growth has had important aggregate effects in reducing global poverty within the region, reducing extreme poverty. And the Food and Agricultural Organization, FOA 2017, has also shown us that globally, 815 million individuals are suffering from hunger, you know, due to high incidence of poverty as at 2016. So to get the region out of extreme poverty and unemployment, we need to do something to our agricultural sector. In addition, the outbreak of coronavirus has also disrupted economic activities in the region. So most countries in West Africa now, they're having poor annual growth rates, especially in this 2020, as a result of this COVID-19 pandemic. So most of them are having negative economic growth rates. And that shows the need to continue to transform agriculture to get out of these negative growth rates. Now, why do we need agricultural transformation in ECOWAS sub-region? The importance of agricultural transformation in ECOWAS sub-region is as a result of the growing population. We have the world's youngest population, you know. So especially in sub-Saharan Africa, we have 60% under the age of 25. So the region is experiencing growing rural population, according to the World Bank 2018. So with this now, to prevent hunger and to increase agricultural productivity, we must transform agriculture. Again, job creation for the youth is important in the agricultural sector. It becomes imperative, as the last speaker also pointed out. We need to get our youth engaged in the sector, in the agricultural sector. From the foregoing, the renewed commitment for agricultural development has acquired new momentum in January 2014, when the African Union adopted the Malabo Declaration on Accelerated Agricultural Growth and Transformation, in which African heads of state and government recommitted to the principles and values of the comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program. So ECOWAS is to uphold 10% of the public sector, of the public spending on agriculture, and to double agricultural productivity, in order to sustain annual growth in agricultural GDP. Again, as we all know, the Sustainable Development Goals, we have 17 goals of them. And the second goal is to end hunger, to achieve food security and improve the nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So for us in West Africa sub-region, to achieve this second Sustainable Development Goal, we have to have meaningful agricultural transformation. We need it. So we are glad that African Development Bank has launched Feed Africa, Strategy for Agricultural Transformation in Africa, 2016 to 2025. The aim is also to end hunger and rural poverty in Africa within the next decade. So African Development Bank is also trying for Africa as a whole and West African sub-region. The World Bank also has committed itself to the goals of eliminating extreme poverty by 2030 and boosting shared prosperity in the sub-region. So agriculture must address hunger and contribute to economic growth, poverty reduction, climate resilience, job creation, and improved nutrition. And for us to have all this achieved, we must just have agricultural transformation. Now, we want to look at the progress made so far in West African sub-region regarding agricultural transformation. You know, as we all know, transformation is a shift of agriculture from the largely subsistence and underutilization of land and labor on the larger farms to commercial agriculture, you know, to modernize agriculture, digital agriculture, in order to improve the outputs and productivity. So two forces drive agriculture in terms of transformation. We have productivity, rising labor productivity, and improved infrastructure. ECOWAS is not resting. It's actively involved in agriculture and food self-sufficiency of the citizens in the region. So ECOWAS is really into implementation of what we call Regional Agricultural Investment Program, RAIP, and also the implementation of ECOWAS, that is ECOWAS agricultural policy. And in this, there are four major elements, four major features of this policy. One is the promotion of strategic projects for food security and food sovereignty. The second one is promotion of a global environment conducive to regional agricultural development. The third one is reduction of food vulnerability and the promotion of sustainable access to food. And then governance, coordination, monitoring, and evaluation of the policy. So in the area of food security and sovereignty, we have regional program for support to the social security nets. We have regional program for agricultural intensification and development of pastoralism. We have regional program for market regulation. So the commissioner has embarked on the official launch of Regional Food and Agricultural Agency and National Agricultural Investment Programs. And the essence of this is to ensure that all member states have completed the formulation of their national agricultural investment policies and programs. Agricultural financing is also important under this policy to ensure that at least 10% of the national budget is devoted to agriculture by lending support to the farmers. And then agricultural productivity program is also ongoing in West Africa. In the area of global environment conducive to regional agricultural development, under this, we have implementation of ECOWAS Regional Agricultural Information System. And this one is concerned with interconnection of the National Agricultural Information System to ensure timely acquisition of statistics on agriculture and trade of agricultural products within ECOWAS. You know, we need to know what other countries are doing within the sub-region to exchange information for improvement. We also have the signing of partnership agreements with at least 9 socio-professional organizations. We have them there, and we have training, ECOWAS training by AFOAO and WAWA. You know, we have a training to ensure that the farmers adhere to standards and acceptable norms for processed products. Acceptable norms for the processed products in terms of packaging, hygiene, quality, and others. Concerning extension, we have a framework for restructuring of the animal production, plant production chains. We have regional projects to combat fruit flues and others, laboratories on fertilizer quality control. So a lot of progress has been made regarding agricultural transformation in West Africa. In the area of food vulnerability and the promotion of sustainable food access, ECOWAS has also done a lot. We have formulation and financial evaluation of the regional program to support national social security sectors. We have regional food and agricultural agencies. And we have food and nutritional
Hello, Prof.
Sorry. We have access to land, harmonization of land policy within the region. We have harmonization of land policy within the region. We also have the ECOWAS Commission with the support of the ECA has also formulated policy aimed at harmonizing land issues within ECOWAS. So a lot of progress has been made in terms of agricultural transformation in West Africa. We have, in terms of governance, coordination, monitoring, and evaluation of ECOWAS, we have institutional mechanism being established to support implementation of agriculture, food and agricultural agencies, and regional food and agricultural fund.
Prof, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please, you have just 3 more minutes. Please.
Okay, we have monitor. Okay. Now, we also have Mira.
Just take 5 minutes. I'll be sending you a private chat on that, okay. Please. Just take 5 minutes.
Mira. Mira is the regulatory reform for African agribusiness. A lot is being done by Mira. That table you are seeing is showing Mira reform completed or at an advanced stage. For Burkina Faso, we have agricultural marketing regulation, agricultural sector investment code. For Ethiopia, You have taxes on agricultural machinery. We have sale export restriction and so on. For Nigeria, we have passage and enactment of the Revised Seed Act, passage and enactment of the Fertilizer Quality Control Bill. We have, for Tanzania, we have improved access by private seed companies to public protected basic seed and others, improve the delivery of fertilizer. Those that are the earlier stages, we have, for Nigeria, we have institutional arrangement for commodity market price establishment. Then you have WAP, which the other speaker also mentioned, is a successful regional integration program contributed to the recent agricultural performance over the region, in the region. You have MAVAV. MAVAV also the Food and Agriculture Organization also helps to measure the policy environment for agriculture and support the government to take reforms to accelerate agricultural transformation. We have ECOWAP, which also has looked into a lot of things like to cushion the food crisis. We have Feed the Future initiative. In fact, the US government Feed the Future initiative supports ECOWAS in this area. USAID has been doing a lot. We have the trade ops. USAID is a close partner to ECOWAS in terms of lessening the chronic vulnerability in West Africa via droughts and early warning system, increasing farmer access to information and all others. So the USAID is also helping West Africa Seed Program, Fertilizer Program, Cotton Improvement and all others. We have the West African Economic Monetary Union. This one is to ensure creation of free trade within the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, and the common external tariff, and so on. Then we have the policy, which has also been ongoing. Table 3 shows the regional ECOWAS program that has been implemented for various programs and the years that they were launched. We have West African Seed Program launched in 2012, West African Fertilizer Program in 2012, West Africa Productivity in 2011, Regional Program Food Security Reserve 2013, Regional Agency for Food and for Agriculture and Food 2013, and so on. Then in terms of agricultural production in ECOWAS, you can see the table there and the rates of growth of the agricultural production in tons from 2008 to 2018. I don't have much time. Then the agricultural production for various products like rice, maize, cassava, yam, plantain, groundnut oil, cashew, banana, sorghum, and so on. From 2010 to 2017, we can see the production, crop production. We still need to do more in order to improve the sector. Then we have agricultural land, percentage of land area in ECOWAS region, 2005 to 2016. You know, some of the countries have started increasing, giving more land to agriculture, but some are still stagnant, some are even decreasing. So for us to get, we need agricultural transformation. We need to do more on this. Then we have, in terms of forestry, fishing, value added to GDP, 2013 to 2016. We can see from various countries their contribution, agricultural contribution to GDP, 2005 to 2019. We have, some are doing well, some increasing, some decreasing. The livestock production is also ongoing in terms of cattle, sheep, goats, pig, and contribution of livestock to GDP in West Africa, ECOWAS sub-region. We need to improve on all this. Climate change also has affected a lot, you know, both in terms of variability and change in climate also affects food production in the region. You know, food supply, food utilization, and access to food, and even food prices as a result of climate change. And with this COVID-19, a lot of things are happening. Then challenges of agricultural development in West Africa. We have the problem of having effective regional markets. We have the problem of research infrastructure. We have that of youthful population. You have disaster, man-made and natural one. Problem of governance and evaluation, leadership problem, inadequate agricultural inputs, infrastructural problems, land tenure problems, limited focus on agri-biz, to make agriculture a business and agricultural value chains, limited one, poor adoption of agricultural new technologies and best practices, and high post-harvest wastage a lot. So the way forward now, what do? We need to provide enabling policies, provide rural infrastructure, mechanized services, financial services, R&D, very important, key agricultural extension, seed delivery system, fertilizer and soil management, coordination of value chains. Land policy reforms, very important. Better regulation of farm inputs in terms of seed, fertilizer, herbicide, and irrigation, is so that we don't make agriculture seasonal. It has to be all year round. The political way to implement the ECOWAP and to faithfully devote the money, 10% of budget to agriculture. So in conclusion now, West African sub-region has a lot of agricultural potential, as you all know, and transformation of the agricultural sector for economic growth requires significant investment. We don't just rely solely on the donors. We need to do a lot within the sub-region ourselves, not only depending on World Bank, African Development Bank, and all the rest. ECOWAS countries need enormous organic fertilizer, certified improved seed, billions of dollars investment in basic storage facilities to avoid waste during and after harvest. And we need irrigation and construction of dams for agricultural transformation. Much investment will also be needed in basic infrastructure like roads, ports, electricity, plus improvements in policy and regional trade flows, not forgetting institutionalization of agricultural-based industries that could redefine this raw agricultural produce into value-added output. In addition, a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder approach will be required to achieve agricultural transformation and economic growth in ECOWAS sub-region. Thanks for your attention. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sarah Anyanwu, for that presentation. We'll go straight to take questions. Please, if you have questions, you could raise your digital hand and we'll give you permission to ask those questions. But meanwhile, I'm going to go straight and take some of the questions that people have typed in the chat box. So there's a question here from Dr. Domtail, and she's asking, how shall the planned agricultural transformation, formalizing agriculture to contribute to the GDP, how shall the planned agricultural transformation, formalizing agriculture to contribute to GDP aims, address the nutrition status in rural areas? Is there a need to specific actions there? What's your opinion about this, Prof? Hello, Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay,
you
can take that, please.
You said the question is, how can the agricultural transformation and formalization contribute to nutrition in rural areas? Is that the question? Okay.
Yes, she's saying that. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. When we have
Hello, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yes. And when we have agricultural transformation, definitely we'll be able to increase the output, we'll be able to increase productivity, we'll be able to release even more labor for other sectors. And in terms of nutrition, the quality of what is being produced will also improve. The qualities, the standards, and the nutritional value, will also improve. So generally, agricultural transformation will even be more useful to the rural dwellers, where the main occupation of those in the rural sector is agriculture. In fact, they need it more because according to statistics, majority of the rural dwellers live on agriculture. And the more we can transform agriculture to enhance productivity, to enhance output, the more, and the application of new technologies, the adoption of new technologies, and taking extension services to them will be very helpful to those in the rural sector.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And there's another question here from Professor Okoye, and it says, there are always so many programs being run by various institutions. Given that the reach of formal institutions with their programs is rather limited, how can we institute processes to identify and scale up farmer innovations at agroecology levels while we're waiting for statutory programs or efforts to reach them?
Yes, we have many programs, especially agricultural programs. We have them, but each one has a focus, especially those from agricultural institutes. They have focus. The institute might be development of new varieties of seeds. This one may be the production of better fertilizer, and soil management, and so on and so forth. So that is why we say we need collaborative efforts, multi-sectoral efforts, so that all hands will be on deck. You can see that even the donors, the development partners helping us in the region to improve agriculture, to help us ensure agricultural transformation. They have their focus. The World Bank, the EU, the African Development Bank, they have various areas that they engage in. So having many programs, I don't think it's an offense. Important thing is for them to be focused, and for us to have effective implementation of various programs and continuity of these programs. If it is into seed delivery, better seed delivery, let us have those varieties that can help the farmers. And if it is to better fertilizer, let it be the one that will fit into various locations. So what we actually need is implementation of those programs. They not to abandon them. We need continuity, because in most cases in West African sub-region, when we have a government in place and one agricultural policy is in place, by the time we have a change in government, there is tendency that that one will be abandoned, even when it is very good and is yielding results in terms of better products, value chains, and so on and so forth. So effective implementation of those programs are what we actually need to ensure sustainability. And in most cases, when the donors pull out for the sub-region to be able to take over and not to abandon the programs. Yes. Yes. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Prof. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. And we have gained a lot from the excavation you have done in certain agricultural areas. Thank you very much. And we're going to call on Professor Adebayo Babatunde Aromolaran. Professor Adebayo Babatunde Aromolaran. Prof, are you with us? Hello, Prof. Professor Aromolaran, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, Prof.
Yes, you needed to unmute me. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Welcome, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, Professor Aromolaran, graduated with a Bachelor's of Agricultural degree from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka in 1984, and obtained master's and PhD degrees in Agricultural Economics, University of Ibadan, 1987 and 1993, respectively. In 2001, he was appointed Rockefeller postdoctoral research fellow at the Economic Growth Center, Yale University, in the United States of America, for 2 years, after which he was appointed visiting research fellow for another 2 years. He was promoted to the position of food professor in 2006 and served as head of Department of Agricultural Economics and Farm Management, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, from 2008 to 2010. He has over 65 academic publications. In 2009, he became the first African to win the Umar Lele Award for Best Contributed Paper on Gender Issues of the International Association of Agricultural Economics, conferred in Beijing, China. He has consulted for numerous international organizations on issues relating to agricultural sector development and food policy in Nigeria and Africa. He is currently the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture at Adekunle Ajasin University, Akundo, Okoko, Ondo State, and is also a senior researcher for Agricultural Policy Research for Africa Consortium, based in the University of Sussex, United Kingdom. Welcome, Prof.
You're welcome. Sorry, I'm having, okay. I'm trying to find the share. I could share my screen.
Go to the green button.
Yes,
green is
yes,
green there.
yes, it says host disabled participant.
What you can do, they have granted you co-host. So what you do is you already opened your PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
So once you go to that share, you double click it, then it shows.
Okay, I'll double click. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh my God.
Disabled.
You can try again now, Prof.
Okay, I did it. Can you see me now?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, sure.
See you now.
Thank you. Okay, I'm on screen now, right? Okay, very good. Okay, yes, I want to thank the organizers of this program. It gives me an opportunity to be presenting this, making this presentation at a conference organized by my alma mater department, the Department of Actuarial Economics, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where I graduated about 1984. I'll be making a presentation today on medium-scale farming as a policy tool for smallholder transformation in West Africa. The presentation draws largely on insights from a series of studies carried out by Michigan State University team under the auspices of agricultural policy research in Africa. Just a little bit about APRA. APRA is a research consortium and is based at the Institute of Development Studies at University of Sussex, United Kingdom. And it's working to identify the most effective ways or pathways to agricultural commercialization in such a way that will empower women, reduce rural poverty, and improve food and nutrition security in sub-Saharan Africa. APRA is funded by FCDO UK, Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, and APRA program is led by Professor John Thompson of the University of Sussex, IDS, and it builds on a more than a decade of research and policy engagement work that has been done by Futures Agriculture Consortium. The APRA Nigeria research team, from whose work we are drawing insights from in this presentation, consists of the following. Thomas Jane is the overall lead principal investigator. Milu Muyanga, principal investigator of Workstream 1 of the program. We have two work streams, Workstream 3 and Workstream 1. The third person is Saweda Liverpool Tessie. The fourth person is Titus Awukushe. Then we have Adesoji Adelaja, and then myself as the sixth person. All the other five are from Michigan State University, while I'm from Adekunle Ajasin University, Nigeria. As a form of introduction, we know that small-scale farming has been a major vehicle for achieving sustainable and inclusive growth in Africa's agricultural sector for the past several decades. These small-scale farmers are farmers that cultivate less than 5 hectares, and they form about 80% of the population farmers in Africa. Averagely, their size is below 3 hectares, and this is considered uneconomical. It has been argued that the starting point of any structural transformation in Africa's agri-food system would be a broad-based, smallholder-led agricultural commercialization. And what do we mean by agricultural commercialization? It refers to a process in which farmers intensify their use of productivity-enhancing technologies on their farms. They achieve greater output per unit of land and labor expended. They produce greater farm surpluses and expand participation in markets. And ultimately, they raise their incomes and living standards. Consequently, smallholder-led agricultural commercialization has in recent times become a key policy strategy for achieving food security, poverty reduction, and employment in sub-Saharan Africa in general and in West Africa in particular. The problem, however, is that after many decades of investment aimed at transforming the smallholder sector, not much has changed in the structure and performance of these farms in West Africa. Today, smallholder farmers are still characterized by low capital investment, low access to inputs, high unit cost of production, very low level of response to government agricultural policy, low assimilation of technological advancement, low level of commercialization or engagement with the market, low productivity, and low marketable surplus. Therefore, the goal of this presentation is to highlight the potential role that an increased focus on medium-scale farming as a deliberate policy could play in achieving the desired goal of smallholder transformation in West Africa using empirical information from Nigeria. In other words, should medium-scale farms be promoted as a policy tool to facilitate agricultural commercialization and smallholder transformation in West Africa? Medium-scale farms are farms that range between 5 to 100 hectares. And in recent times, there have been evidence of a rise in medium-scale farming across Africa. Figure 1 there, which is sourced from Jane et al. 2019, gives us a picture of 4 countries across Africa: Ghana, Tanzania, Nigeria, and Rwanda. And the bars there represent 2 periods: the blue bar, the first period, the red bar, the second period. And the figures we have there are the share of national value of marketed crop output. Generally, we see across board that the red bars are taller than the blue bars. And that shows that in the second period of this this data, almost all the countries and across crop groupings, we find that the market share of medium-scale farms, the value of the national value of marketed crop that is accounted for by medium-scale farms is higher, far much higher across countries and across crops. This is an evidence that the importance of this category of farms is rising across Africa. So what are the key questions of this presentation? Number 1, is there evidence that smallholder farms are transitioning to medium-scale farms? Second, how has this transitioning, if there are, how has this transitioning to larger size farms affected the structure and performance of previously small-scale farms? Number 3, are there evidences of beneficial interactions between MSFs, that is the medium-scale farms, and SSFs, that is the small-scale farms, that could potentially improve livelihood outcomes for small-scale farm households? Number 4, in what ways do spillover effects affect productivity, commercialization, and welfare outcomes of small-scale farm households? I mean spillover effects from MSFs to SSFs. Number 5, how potentially responsive are these transitioned small-scale farmers to government agricultural sector intervention programs relative to the small-scale farms, those that remain as small-scale farms? The answer to these specific questions will draw on insights from a series of APRA studies in Nigeria to support the proposition that promoting medium-scale farming could provide a viable pathway to structural transformation of the agri-food sector in West Africa, especially through the transformation of smallholder. About the data, now all the insights presented here in this presentation are drawn from studies that utilize data collected through fieldwork carried out by APRA Nigeria Workstream 1 research team between October 2017 and May 2018. Now, Table 3 summarizes the sampling design that we followed to collect the data from slightly over 1,000 medium-scale farms and 1,000 small-scale farms covering Kaduna and Ogun states. Both states were purposely selected, and we had 3 local government areas purposely selected in each of the states, as represented in the tables: Ijebu East, Obafemi Owode, and Imekwa Afon in Ogun State. In Kaduna State, we have Chikun, Kachia, and Soba local government areas. We started by listing small farms and medium-scale farms. Small-scale farms were listed, over 5,600 small-scale farms listed in Ogun State, over close to 12,000 listed in Kaduna State. And out of this, we sampled 545 in Ogun and 533 in Kaduna. Medium-scale farms, about 2,345 were listed in Ogun State and close to 6,000 listed in Kaduna State, out of which we sampled 519 and 512 respectively. The first key question: is there evidence that small-scale farm households are transitioning to medium-scale farm households in Nigeria? The answer to this is yes. We found evidence. 47.3% of existing medium-scale farms transitioned from small-scale farm, while about 52.7% of them are investor farmers that entered medium-scale farming directly. The figure shows in the orange color shows the medium-scale farms at the time we collected the data, and the blue shows the small-scale farms at the time we collected the data. But we see that the medium-scale farms that were previously small-scale farms, they were previously small-scale farms, now they are medium-scale farms, they are about 47.3%. So they graduated from medium-scale to small-scale over the period of 3 decades. Now, but we found out very interestingly that 64% of these transitioned medium-scale farms became medium-scale within the past 10 years. That is between 2010 and 2018. We collected the data 2018. That shows that the intensity of this transitioning is just picking up and needs to be encouraged by government so that the advantages of transitioning can be felt by the farm households. 82% of the farm households reported that land accessibility is the most important factor that enabled them transition from SSF to MSF. We find the full details of this in Muyanga et al. 2019. The second question is how has transitioning, yes, we found out that farmers are actually transitioning. So how has this transitioning affected the structure and performance of medium-scale farm households who were previously small-scale farm households? We'll look at the answer in 2 ways, through descriptive analysis and inferential analysis. Under the descriptive analysis, the transitioned SSFs have clearly higher engagements with the market. That is, they are more commercialized than those who remain small scale. Look at table 2. This table, in the red, if we look at possession of title deeds here, you find out that the percentage of those that are constantly small scale farmers that possess title deeds is just 1.1% to land. And the transition small scale farmers, they about 3.8%. That's about 3 times the amount. That means that this transitioning is actually helping the possession, the titling of land by the farmers. Then we see in terms of access to market, land market, for example, about 11% of those that are consistently small-scale farms actually purchased, access the land market either through purchase or rent, while about 33% of the transitioned ones have been accessing the land market. And this shows that this transition has also helped to improve access to land markets. Finally, we see that average investment in productive assets also is like triple what we have for transition small-scale farmers compared with what we have with consistently small-scale farmers, which are about 0.19 million, while that of transition small-scale is 0.53. Now, in terms of inferential analysis, Aromolano et al. 2020 used fractional response model to model factors that drive market orientation among farm households in Nigeria. The farm size was a major explanatory variable in the equation so that we could investigate the effect of scale on market orientation. What did we find? We found that market orientation and by implication, agricultural commercialization increases among farm households as farm size increases. Specifically, we find that the proportion of farmland allocated to crops produced primarily for sales increased by 0.05% for every 10% increase in size of farmland operated. So apart from that, we also find some implications of this transitioning of small-scale farmers in the area of productivity changes. Labor productivity particularly is higher for small-scale farms that transitioned compared with those who remained in would remain small scale. We find this in Muyanga et al. 2019. This has positive implications for farm labor income. If you look at this picture, you'll see the gray color here, the gray colors represent the productivity, the labor productivity figures, the productivity figures of the transitioned small-scale farmers. The blue represent the labor productivity figures of those that remain small-scale farmers. You can see that the productivity figures of the gray overshadows that of the blue all through the three indexes of labor productivity that were used consistently. So from there, we move to the third question. Are there evidences of beneficial interactions between MSFs and SSFs that could potentially improve commercialization and livelihood outcomes for small-scale farm households? The answer is yes. Liverpool, Tesi et al. 2020 shows us that actually there are some interactions between small-scale farms and medium-scale farms. Now, if you look at the table 3, you see that small-scale farmers who purchased about 30%, thereabout, 27% for all crops, 30% for cereals, 18% for root crops, other crops 21%, purchased inputs from medium-scale farms. Now, some small-scale farmers that receive training on farming activities from medium-scale farms, again, 28% for all crops, 25% for cereals, 30% for roots and tubers, and other crops, 41%. Then another type of interaction is selling farm output to MSFs. The small-scale farms, they sell farm output to the medium-scale farms. Again, they're about 28% for all crops, 30% cereals, 24% for root crops, and 18% for other crops. Again, we find that in terms of extension service provision, which is another major area of interaction, which is beneficial to small-scale farmers, considering the fact that in Africa, we have about 1 extension agent to 5,000 farmers. Extension has become very important, and we find that the provision of extension service is a major service that the medium-scale farmers are doing to the small-scale farmers. And the major areas of extension are in the use of improved seeds, in the area of better planting techniques, in the area of use of tractor for land preparation, and the area of better timing of farming activities. These are very major areas where there are some beneficial interactions between the medium-scale farms and the small-scale farms. Then we go to the fourth question. In what ways do positive spillovers from these medium-scale farms, which we have considered above, affect productivity, commercialization, and welfare outcomes for small-scale farm households? So Liverpool, Tesi et al. 2020 developed a theoretical model to explain some mechanisms through which spillovers on SSFs can be generated from the existence of MSFs around them. And they empirically tested this with data from Nigeria. The analysis focused exclusively on MSFs operating between 5 hectares and 50 hectares, as enterprises that are likely to be more accessible to small-scale farmers. Now, the study used two-step control function approach as proposed by Woodbridge, 2015. The authors explore the spillover effects of medium-scale farms on a set of small-scale farm outcomes. And these are input use, productivity, commercialization, and welfare. The welfare in the area of incomes, poverty incidence, and poverty severity. Now, the key explanatory variables of interest were learning and cost of production. The study finds evidence of knowledge and cost spillover effects of MSFs on SSFs, positively influencing input use behavior, productivity, and welfare of small-scale farms. More specifically, the authors find that receiving training from medium-scale farms increases the likelihood an intensity of improved seed use by the small-scale farms. Secondly, they found that receiving training from MSFs increases SSF productivity. Third, they find that purchasing inputs from MSFs increases SSF productivity. Also, the authors found that improved access to markets via sales of to MSFs has the strongest welfare effects for SSFs. Also, the opportunity to sell through, in other words, the opportunity to sell through MSFs enables the SSFs to receive higher prices for their produce, thereby boosting their crop and total income. This reduces their probability of being in poverty, as well as the extent and severity of poverty they experience. So the final question of this presentation, how potentially responsive are these transitioned small-scale farms to government agricultural commercialization intervention programs relative to those who remain as SSFs? Arumolano et al. 2020 estimated a Tobit and Heckman models to investigate factors that could enhance increased land allocation to commercial tree crop plantations in Ogun State, Nigeria. The study ran separate models for medium-scale farms and small-scale farms and compared the level of significance and magnitude of estimated coefficients for both farm size categories. And from this, we were able to conclude that medium-scale farms are potentially more responsive to government agricultural commercialization intervention policies and programs relative to MSFs. What we first found was that the following factors are the major factors that influence increased land allocation to commercial crop cultivation in Nigeria. And these are access to land markets, access to all-weather roads, access to agro-dealer services, access to better transportation services, and increased land tenure security. These are the 5 major factors that were identified as being influential in terms of farmers expanding their land under commercial crop production. The results showed that secondly, we find that because we estimated these models separately for small and medium scale farms, we found that the coefficients of these the marginal coefficients of these identified factors are larger and more significant with MSFs compared with SSFs. The results therefore suggest that government intervention aimed at improving these identified factors will yield better results with MSFs relative to SSFs. Consequently, we conclude that encouraging SSFs transition to MSFs could potentially improve the impact of government intervention programs on the agricultural sector. And this is in light of the fact that we find out that many intervention programs that have been done over the years have benefited small farmers very little. It's as if the policy transmission is very low. Government says we are doing this and we're doing that, we have spent so much. You get to the farmers and you talk to them and they said, no, we have not seen anything. Nothing has gotten to us. Through this medium-scale farms, if they're encouraged to grow, they are more likely to respond to these policies. The constraints that are holding back the small-scale farmers, some of them might be relaxed when farm size gets larger. So what is the summary of the key insights that we have presented in this presentation? First, the APRA Nigerian studies have found that small-scale farms are transitioning into medium-scale farms. And this is accompanied by increased engagement in input and output markets, increased marketable surplus, increased capital use intensity, and increased profitability. Second, these studies have revealed that interactions exist between medium-scale farms and small-scale farms that increase the level of productivity, market engagement, and welfare of smallholder farm households. Medium-sized farms thirdly, medium-scale farms are potentially more responsive to government agricultural intervention policies. Concluding remarks. The transformation of smallholder agriculture is very central to positioning agriculture to better contribute to food security, poverty reduction, and employment generation in Africa. This presentation has provided some evidence to support the proposition that encouraging the growth of medium-scale farms might enhance this process. In terms of references from where the insights of this study, this presentation have been drawn, we have this Aromolaran et al. We can access on drivers of market-oriented land use. We can find that on the website www.futuresagriculture.org/APRA/publications. Then the number 2 publication is Aromolaran et al., which talks of expanding land area under commercial tree crop plantation. That is already published. The first one is forthcoming in the next few weeks, 1 month. Within the next 1 month, that should be published also on the APRA website. Third, we have Jane T.S. et al. And then fourth, we have Liverpool et al., Liverpool Tacey et al. This is also an APRA working paper and is already published on the APRA website. We can find more details about this study on the APRA website as indicated there. Finally, we have Muyanga et al. 2019. That is also an APRA working paper 26 and is already on the APRA website for those who would like to consult more on the results of this study. Thank you so much for listening. Hello.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Hello, Prof.
Yes.
We are going to have some questions. Dr. Mitchell, are you there? Dr. Mitchell, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? Okay, in the absence of that, we are going to, there are some questions here. First of all, the person is asking, how does agricultural diversification influence transition to medium-scale farming in Nigeria?
Well, to answer that question, I would say that diversification might, in a way, it could go both ways. First is that it could hinder, in the sense that if farmers want to diversify because of food security issues, considerations, that might prevent them from, scaling up in terms of monocropping, which might enhance use of the use of machineries you want to plant yam, you want to plant cassava, you want to plant maize on the same farm. So that will hinder the use of implements that will enhance expansion of land. But on the other side, it would also enhance this transitioning if this diversification is well planned. That is, if this diversified cropping is done in terms of segments. You know, we have segments for maize, segment for cassava, segments for other kinds of crops. So in both cases, it depends on the methodology that we adopt.
Okay, the second question, this last question was asked by Haruna Suleiman Umar. The second question by Chukuma Ume is saying, are the transitions voluntary? Can we argue that this transition lead to the position and land grabbing? Also, did you consider causality? Can it be that those transiting to medium scale do so because they have title deed and not that the transition helped them acquire deeds?
Yes. Presently, we have not done that yet in terms of actually determining causality. We are having a second wave data collection in the next couple of weeks where we'll have panel data that may help us to be able to determine these causalities for this transition. What we have now is that they are transitioning, and that from a descriptive analysis, we know that land availability and accessibility is a major variable that is associated with these transitioning among the farmers. Yes.
Thank you, sir. The next question is asking, how do we ensure more organic transition to medium-scale farming by the remaining vast majority of existing small-scale farmers?
Yes, that question is still out for the jury. We're still, as I said in the previous question, so we need to upstage. We need to do some analysis on what are the actual causes of this transitioning. Once we're able to model that and be able to identify these factors that could propel small-scale farmers to actually transition, then we'll be able to answer that question. That's the next stage, I guess, we are going in this study.
Okay, but I think the next question is the same with the one you just answered, but this one from Professor Chukwuma Kokoye is asking, that one is curious to have an insight into the kinds of interaction between medium-scale farmers and small-scale farmers, which tend to have a synergistic effect as reported in this study. If we know this, it can be constructively supported. I think that would be like a comment or so. Yeah.
So I didn't actually hear that very well. Probably I could just add some comments if I had.
Okay. Let me go again. I said he said one is curious to have an insight into the kinds of interaction between medium-scale farmers and small-scale farmers, which tend to have a synergistic effect as reported in this study. If we know this, it can be constructively supported.
Oh, yes. Actually, that's one of the reasons. I mean, that's the major point we're saying, that medium-scale farming could become a policy tool. Farmers have been small-scale farmers. We've been talking of small-scale farmers for decades. We've spent so much money on them, so much investment, and they still remain small. You know, so how can we help them? How can we help them to improve on their welfare, their livelihoods? One of the ways we are finding out it can be helped is through this interactive spillovers from medium-scale farms. So if by policy we encourage more of these medium-scale farms to grow around these small-scale farms, then with all these effects, interactive effects we've seen here, the spillover effects that helps their productivity, that helps their input use behavior, that helps welfare, it will help to actually change the livelihood patterns and behavior of these small-scale farmers, and also in terms of their commercialization. And that is exactly what we're looking for. We want to transform smallholder farms, and we're saying that could become a tool through this.
So the last but not the least question from Dr. Chinasa Yenokwe is saying, what are the policy Sorry. So what are the policy recommendations for encouraging this transition, and what are the actors or institutions that should spearhead this?
Yes, again, the policy recommendation, the transitioning part of it, to be able to get to that, to answer that question definitively, will need to determine or identify the causes of this transition, which we have not done yet. What we have presently is that we have an association of land accessibility to this. But we need to determine whether actually this is a causal variable. And so, as I said, we are doing a second wave, and we'll be able to arrive at some answer to this. And if land comes out to be a major issue, then it means that land policy revisit would be a major policy direction to follow. To be able to encourage this transition. And there will be other things like accessibility to input markets that we have identified as some of the input markets are the accessibility to capital, credits. Some of these are issues that when we have determined their causality, then we'll be able to make some definitive policy advice or suggestions.
Yeah, Prof. One other question. Abimbola Adubi is asking. He said, if small-scale farmers are transitioning to medium-scale farmers, how would they be able to overcome the land tenure and communal land holdings, which has limited holdings? Also, what is the role of technology, especially disruptive technology, in this transition? Can disruptive technology work effectively to raise productivity of small-scale farmers without transition?
Yes, I think the fear expressed by the questionnaire is valid. But what we discover is that these small-scale farmers, the category of small-scale farmers we're talking about here, when we look at their characteristics, generally, they are not too different from the small-scale farmers in terms of their cultural practices. It's not as if they're using big mechanization. I mean, they are actually mechanized. You know, they are, in terms of the structure of their farm inputs, they are still close in terms of mechanization, particularly. They don't use much of mechanization. They still use much of, labor and very few implements little small implements to do their farming. So if we want to go into policy, we should also take into consideration the fact that of this destructive tendency of mechanization that it could have. And so the good thing we are finding is that these particular kinds of medium scale farms that we have, averagely they have 10 hectares, averagely they are 10 hectares, The average of the small scale farms is like 2.3 hectares. So they are not too far away, We're talking of small scale farms that are between 5 and 100 hectares. When you begin to get 50 hectares and above, well, you are so big. But when you talk of 10 hectares, it's still close by to the small scale farmers. And many of this mechanization is not very prominent among them, even though they use more than the small scale farmers, but it's not I don't think it's to that destructive level. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Please, the last question. This will be the last. And the person is asking, okay, is asking, in a bit of encouraging transition from being small scale to medium scale, how do we ensure that the large number of medium scale farmers do not, in the long run, make land less available for agricultural purposes? Rather, they may divert it to non-agricultural uses?
Yes. Again, as I said, the average size of the medium scale farms we're talking about here is like 10 hectares. So we talk of, say, 15 hectares. So I think there's still the ability, if we, by policy, encourage these sizes of medium scale farm to emerge, it will not be a serious threat, but it will improve the economical viability of the farm households. I mean, when you grow when you encourage farms of the size of 5 hectares, 6 hectares, 7 hectares, 10 hectares, 15 hectares, even up to 20 hectares by policy. So the land requirement is not that massive. At the same time, it will give them an economic farm size so that they will be able to increase their profitability and the profitability and therefore the farm household welfare. So limiting the size by policy would be an advisable thing.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for your time. We've really learned a lot from this. We are going to end this section, but before that, we are going to spend about 7-8 minutes to launch the Agricultural Economics Journal. We're going to launch the Journal of Agricultural Economics and Allied Research. But before then, I will call on the head of department, Professor Chukwuemeka Uzomoke, to do that. But let me tell you a little about the fact that the department wanted to have its first international conference, which is on agricultural transformations in the ECOWAS sub-region. Just like a pregnant woman, the department was pregnant to give birth, but never went for scan until towards the last trimester. It found out that it's actually carrying another baby, and that baby is the journal. So I want to use this opportunity to celebrate as we launch the second baby in the department, Journal of Agricultural Economics and Allied Research, and this will be done by no other person but the departmental head in the person of Professor Chukwuemeka Uzomoke. Welcome, HOD.
Thank you, Onyeka. I think that in Nigeria, in some parts, when you talk about launching, money, the gentlemen and ladies would be expecting that they are the people who are calling. Well, this time around, we are in academics. We are not here to start dropping
the international community, to ourselves, and to sound a trumpet that it is time to identify with something that we, in trying to do, have thought that we would have to do something that is at the cutting edge of whatever it is that you have as a journal. As you know, journals promote research and also promote disputations and as well as advocacy. But in this case as well, we want to make sure that this journal helps up and coming scholars to put across their work, of course, without losing the streak of excellence that we have imbued from this journal. Already, the call for papers for this journal is out, but I think that today is the crest of that call, because we are talking directly to the captive audience, which should make use of this journal more than others. And I am proud to announce that this journal has a complement of erudite people in the editorial board, as you will see, that we have internal and external members of the editorial board. The external members, we have Professor Kofi Tesio of Institute, Center for Research and Studies in Togo. We have Dr. Novindra from Indonesia, Jonas Chiano, who just spoke with us, coming from the banking sector. We also have our own Professor Arumalaron, who just spoke to us, and Daniel Bruce Sapong from Ghana. I think that there's one gentleman that we're also looking to have in the board from Germany. On the other hand, we have internal members. And the internal members are all the senior lecturers to professors in the Department of Agricultural Economics, University of Nigeria, and so forth. By this, we are saying that we're out there and we want to receive papers to put in this journal. And we promise not to disappoint. We want to do the best that can be done anywhere in the world. And we're sure we're going to be able to do that. And the starting point to do this is what is coming out of this conference. As you can see already, our keynote and the guest speakers have done something that you can agree with me, that if we capture in this journal should be the best you can have anywhere among such Ghanaians, you know. So the announcement we want to make finally is that all our participants should know it, that the best papers of this conference are going to be pushed into this journal, of course, with the consent of the authors. We don't have to put them there, but we know that we have a lot of good papers and they're going to this journal. But we're not scaring anybody away. People can submit their papers from all over the place and we can look at them. I want to thank you for giving me this audience. And I also want to say that the journal, being a baby, needs to be fed. Just as we did for this conference, we also expect support from everywhere to make this journal what we want it to be. Support in all sorts of ways, whether it is material or intellectual or whatever. We welcome all of this. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about this journal.
Yeah, thank you, Head of the Department, Professor Chukwemeka Uzomokoya, for the launching of the departmental baby. This time around, it should be the departmental second baby, because most we are done with the conference, so that will be the latest baby in the house. I think we have come to the end of this section, and we'll go for a lunch break, and we'll be back by 1:10 p.m. so that we can have the breakout sections. So if it's possible, we try and come a little earlier, if possible, 1 p.m. But just know that once you come, you get yourself to the different
Not 1 p.m.,
groups.
2 p.m.
Okay, sorry. So that we're resuming by 2:10 p.m. We're resuming by 2:10 p.m. 10 minutes after 2.
Yeah.
That's when we'll resume. So if possible, you come by 2 p.m. So that we'll make sure you are in your breakout rooms before we start off by 10 minutes after 2. Yeah, you have to be in the meeting by 2. By 2:10, we start with the breakout sections. Thank you very much. Just have about an hour break, lunch break. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we are back from the lunch break. We are going to give the first 10 minutes to the Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture in Enugu State, in the person of Honorable Matthew Idu, for his presentation. It's just going to take about 10 minutes, after which we go into the breakout sections. Thank you very much. Honorable Idu, are you with us?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank the organizers of this international conference, the HOD and his team. The conference is all about agricultural transformation in the ECOWAS region, which we are part of. How was it before? How is it today? In the state Enugu, we are mindful of our coexistence with people from all the regions. You bear with me that for some time now, we've had stories, casualties from the farm between the herdsmen and the farmers. From the level of subsistency that we have been, we have come down to the point where farmers are no longer in farm as a result of the problem. So the state went into serious think tank and came up with an idea that these forests where farmers go to farm must be guarded. And in 2019, the idea came up, and we had to inaugurate what we termed the forest guard. Their main duty is to make sure that the forest is guarded for farmers to be in farm and produce. Today, we have got an improvement from what it used to be to where we are now. We've got to a level where we have close to cordial relationship between the herders and farmers, that the formation of this group has come to look as an insurance to farmers, as an encouragement to farmers that they can go to their farms with ease, without fear of being molested or fear of being killed by the herdsmen. This, from our angle, has improved the relationship between the herdsmen and the farmers, and has also encouraged agricultural production to the level that productivity has also increased. We are looking at a situation where in no distant time, it will ease off to the level that we will go back to what we've been thinking of, which is herdsmen rearing their animals in ranches instead of free movement. That discussion is on, and I know the kind of arrangement we have with them, it will be achieved. Also, at the level of interventions of different IDA, that's International Donor Agency. This International Donor Agency does not actually work in an environment where you have chaos. So the formation we had, the forest guard we have in Enugu State, has also proved that there is cordiality for these farmers that will benefit from these IDA funds, which of course they will go to farm. Farming is not done on the streets of, in the market. Farming is done in the farm. So for these farmers who are beneficiaries of these IDA funds, to actually carry out the expectation of the scheme must go to farm. The IDA intervention to be driven home to achieve its purpose, the farmers must be encouraged. They must be assured that they will be rest assured that security is there in the farm. So it has also given a boost to the IDA schemes in the state, that the beneficiaries will no longer be in fear. And international donor agencies will also be rest assured that their intervention will not be a waste. So this is another advantage we have from the formation that the state has put on course. So the whole idea is to give our farmers that security, that encouragement, that backing, that they are secured within the area of operation. And I believe that the donor agencies, having seen this on board, will be encouraged to continue to deal with us. And the idea is that we are of the opinion that many other states will emulate what Enugu State has done and make it, if not a national issue, a national idea, it can be regional. Just encourage our farmers to be in farm and to do what they're supposed to do. So this is the idea as the State Commissioner for Agriculture. I'm putting in to encourage agricultural transformation, which must thrive in an environment that is accommodating, an environment where fear is not the order of the day. Because agriculture must be done in a well-free environment where people are not afraid to do what they're supposed to do. With this, I thank all of you and thank mostly the organizers of this international conference. May God be with all of you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Please, if anyone has any, if you have any question, you can indicate in the chat box. Honorable Commissioner, there's one question here I want to ask you. Somebody's asking from Chukwumaume. He's saying, Commissioner, is there anything you're also doing to accommodate the herders as well as to ensure peaceful coexistence?
Yes, that's exactly why I said there's cordiality, very close to cordiality. We are discussing with them that we are working towards making them have a specified area for the rearing of their animals. That is the system of ranching. So we are working together to get to that.
Thank you very much. Please, is there any other question for the Honorable Commissioner? You can, if you cannot get in the chat box, you can do digital raising of hand. Is there another question? Some other person is also asking if you are you considering anti-open grazing law?
Open what?
Are you considering anti-open grazing law?
Of course, the law is for the state to make. But as it is now, we have not put up any law, any anti-open grazing, but with dialogue, we will get what we want. We must coexist to move forward.
Yes. All right. Thank you, sir. I don't think it's just, okay, there's one other question. He's saying, what efforts are you making to share Enugu template to other states in Nigeria for peaceful coexistence?
Yeah, by making this statement in this international conference is an effort. And other states, we are open to other states to emulate. It's not a closed idea. They know what we've done and it's working for us. They can come on board, pick it, and make it available in their state.
All right, thank you, sir. I think there's no other question. Okay, one more. I think this will be the last question. Thank you. Is that in the ranching, sir, will the herders buy the space or the government is donating a land for ranching?
Whether government will donate the land or the ranchers will buy the land.
Yes.
I want you to understand that it is their own business equally, that they are doing their own business and farmers are also doing their own business. That's why I said it is discussion. We deal with dialogue. If the approach to government and government sees it as an important thing to do, they wouldn't mind giving them the land. So it depends on how the approach, the level of approach they are coming up with. Also, like I did mention this, we also in Enugu State have the Efigbo Ranch, which we just started about a month ago. And we are using it as an example to showcase that we can do our normal rearing of cows in ranch. So we want to showcase it as an example, you know, and seeing is believing.
All right, thank you, Honorable Commissioner. This is my own question. I want to know this Efigbo breed of cow. Is there any place we can come to and be able to get the breed? Because we've heard about the improved Efigbo breed. Is there any way we can a contact we can reach out to be able to acquire one?
Yes, through the Ministry of Agriculture in Enugu State, we can get the contact. Our Efigbo is not far from, it's within Enugu State. It's Halmona along Obola Road. You see where we have Efibo Development Center, which of course is a pilot area from where we'll go to the main site.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we are done. Thank you for your time. Honorable Commissioner Matthew Edu, Commissioner of Agriculture, Enugu State, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, participants, in the next 5 minutes, we are going to automatically assign you to your breakout rooms. You just give us 5 minutes. I think you have seen how the conference has succeeded in bringing the platform for different stakeholders when it comes to transforming agriculture. You can see the government representative, we have had the private sector, we have had policymakers, researchers, all deliberating on the blueprint towards sustainable economic development, especially having agriculture as the driver. So in 5 minutes, we are going to find ourselves in the different breakout rooms where you have the panel sections. We are going to deliberate on some of these issues that has been exposed. Thank you very much. Just 5 minutes, you will find yourself automatically in a breakout room. Thank you. Please, this is just for information purposes. When we break out the rooms, you will find yourself in a particular room. We have 5 sub-themes of the conference. That is how the room will be arranged. So also know that you have the capacity to leave your room and go into another room. So the sub-themes of the conference, we have production marketing as one room. We have trade as the second room. The third room we have is finance and policy. And the fourth one, adoption and livelihood. And the fifth one, gender and climate change. So you find yourself in one room, but it's also good you know that you can leave your room to any other room. You will see an option there that will lead you on your screen. There will be an option while you are in a room, you can actually leave that room and go into another room. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Hello?
months.